On behalf of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry of India, I extend a very, very warm welcome to each one of you and wish you a very, very happy new year. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the inauguration of the project launch event and orientation session for master trainers. And we are indeed very privileged to have a distinguished panel of speakers and representations from the industry and the government. To start with, I'll request Dr. Sailesh Kumar Agrawal, Executive Director, Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, to please come on the dais. I'll also request Ms. Taina Dukov, First Secretary and Head of Environment Division and Climate Change, German Embassy, to kindly come on the stage. I request Ms. Pravata Nalini Samal, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please come on the stage, please, ma'am. I'll request Mr. Soumya P. Garnaik, Country Representative, India for Global Green Growth Institute, to please come on the stage. And of course, my colleague, Mr. M. N. Girish, Senior Director with FICCI, heading the RCM Division Practices. Please come on the stage. We have Ms. Julie Robles, who is the Project Manager for ALCBT, Global Green Growth Institute. She's joined us online. I once again extend a very, very warm welcome to each one of you and welcome you to the training cum certification program on the Asia Low Carbon Building Transition Project. As you are aware that FICCI, India's apex industry federation, was established in 1927 and is the leading voice of India's business and industry. Within FICCI, we have the Resource Conservation and Management Services Division, which was set up in 1999 for serving the industry by providing integrated technical consultancy services in order to enhance their competitiveness, particularly through sustainable use of resources, including energy and water. The RCM division has in-house experts and consultants, including accredited energy and water auditors. Additionally, it has sector experts to support execution of large projects for industry in India and overseas. Today, the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry is supporting Global Green Growth Institute in executing Asia Low Carbon Building Transition, a project under the International Climate Initiative funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Aye, Patil Saab, please come. Triple GI, as we all know, is a leading implementation partner and is a treaty-based international intergovernment organization based out of South Korea, dedicated to supporting and promoting strong, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth in developing countries and emerging economies. And I must admit here that Mr. Garnaik and Triple GI has been a big support to FICCI, and thank you, sir, for all your support. Triple GI, as I mentioned, is a leading implementation partner of ALCBT project along with other consortium partners, including Asian Center for Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and Heat International. The project aims to facilitate a nationwide transition to low carbon buildings, and one of the component is to enhance the capacity of current and future building industry practitioners through comprehensive training to deliver low carbon buildings. FICCI is supporting Triple GI in execution of training programs for material manufacturers and technology providers in India. FICCI has a long-standing history of helping Indian businesses with their sustainable needs. FICCI's Resource Conservation Management team has helped hundreds of companies with the following services: energy efficiency and demand-side management, water and waste water audits, environment management, national level studies for policy development, training, and capacity buildings. Some of RCM other known clients include the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, World Bank, UNDP, UNIDO, USAID, IIEC, and several other organizations in the public and the private sectors. It is well established that India is the fastest growing major economy and poised to become the world's third largest by 2027. With a commitment to reduce projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2070, India recognizes the need to balance economic growth with environmental responsibility. With these words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to each one of you, particularly the speakers on the dais. And as a token of gratitude and expression, we would like to present some green certificates, which FICCI as a practice has been doing whenever we organize some programs or events. And I'll request Ms. Karishma Bish to please come on the stage and present a certificate to Mr. Garnaik, Mr. Soumya P. Garnaik, who is the country representative, India Global Green Growth Institute. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. I'll request Mr. Surinder Verma to please come on the stage and present the certificate to Ms. Pravat Nalini Samal, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. I'll request my colleague, Mr. Pushpendra Nayak, to please come on the stage and present the certificate to Ms. Taina Zhukov, First Secretary, Head of Environment and Climate Change, German Embassy. Can we have a round of applause, please? Huh? Thank you. Thank you. I'll also request my senior colleague, Mr. Girish, Mr. M. N. Girish, Senior Director. Please present this certificate to Dr. Sailesh Kumar Agarwal, who is the Executive Director, Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, which falls under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Thank you. Thank you, each one of you. And so these are the tree plantation initiatives which FICCI undertakes across the country. And this is a certificate that we are sowing these plants and trees across the country. And we are very, very conscious environment partner to this initiative. Moving forward, I'll request Ms. Julie Robles, who is the ALCB Team Project Manager, Global Green Growth Institute, to please share the introductory remarks. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie Robles, Manager of the Asia Low Carbon Buildings Transition Project. It is my pleasure to be joining in today's launch of the training program in India for building materials manufacturers and technology providers. Buildings account for nearly 40% of global energy-related carbon dioxide emissions, including operational and embodied emissions. Additionally, embodied carbon accounts for about 10% of global energy-related GHG emissions and approximately 20 to 25% of building life cycle emissions. There is immense opportunity in mitigating the projected emissions from buildings and urban infrastructure, as almost 70% of infrastructure needs anticipated for 2050 are not yet constructed. GGGI emphasizes the scaled transition of buildings and urban infrastructure towards lower carbon, less carbon intensive forms as a priority in our 2030 strategy. And based on the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction report, the energy demand for cooling has been doubling at a rate of 4% annually, with the number of residential cooling units in operation increasing exponentially. In Asia, due to varied climatic conditions across different regions, coupled with one of the fastest growing urban populations in the world, this trend is increasingly becoming a challenge for governments. To contribute to addressing these challenges, the Global Green Growth Institute in partnership with the ASEAN Center for Energy, or ACE, based in Indonesia, the Energy Efficiency Services Limited in India, and HEAT International, based in Germany, spearheading the implementation of the Asia Low Carbon Buildings Transition Project, or the ALCBT, across 5 countries. These are Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. So the project is implemented over 5 years from 2023 to 2028 and will conduct life cycle assessment, provide policy recommendations, mobilize investments, develop tools, and promote sustainable practices to facilitate the nationwide transition towards low carbon buildings. The project is supported by the government of Germany with the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action under the International Climate Initiative, or ICI. ALCBD project is being implemented with the support of key ministries: the Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction in Cambodia, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs in India, the Ministry of Public Works and Housing in Indonesia, Ministry of Energy in Thailand, and the Ministry of Construction in Vietnam. The project aims to reduce over 1.6 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, both direct and indirect, across these 5 countries, and benefit over 50 public and private sector entities by incorporating the ALCPT project tools and training programs by 2028. ALCBT project will also mobilize 140 million euro for low carbon building projects and facilitate the adoption of at least 8 policies enhancing energy efficiency and promoting low carbon buildings in project countries. So towards this, the project will build a registry of over 6,000 new and existing buildings, develop emission assessment tool for building sector to aid in decision making, and enhance the knowledge and capacity of more than 19,000 individuals to promote, design, build, and invest on low carbon buildings. This includes individuals from the government, material manufacturers, architects, engineers, building developers, constructors, owners, as well as from the energy service companies and financial institutions. Today, we are gathered here to see the first orientation program for the master trainers under the project in India, primarily for the building materials manufacturers and technology providers. And I would like to extend my regards to the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and the GGGI India team for organizing this session. I would also like to thank our senior officials from the Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council and the Bureau of Energy Efficiency for being here today for your continued support. With this, I look forward to our fruitful collaboration to successfully deliver the ALCBT project in India. Thank you.
Mr. Soumya P. Garnaik, Country Representative India for the Global Growth Institute, to please give his address.
Thank you, Mr. Sama. Agrawal Saab, Julie, who is joining online, Ms. Pravati, Ms. Tanya, and my old colleague, Mr. Girish, who are on the dais today. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. Yes, this project context has already been set by Julie. The Asia Low Carbon Building Transition Project, funded by Government of Germany under this International Climate Initiative. This is an attempt to bring the low carbon context in the buildings which are yet to be built. And we see that more than 70% of the buildings which are supposed to be built in the next 10 years. So this gives a very good playing field for India to explore this option in terms of usage of the building material in terms of technologies that would come into the applications in this building to reduce the embodied carbon as well as the operational carbon. So this project is a 5 years project. We started in the August 2023. So last year, 2024, in fact, it was a kind of preparatory year to set the work plan in place, depending upon the outputs, outcomes, and the activities which are defined under this project goal. So we have been, as a project governance, the project steering committee, the technical advisory committee has been constituted under the guidance of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and Bureau of Energy Efficiency. 3 meetings on the technical advisory committees have been already completed, and we have gone through the kind of activities that could be taken up in this year 2025, and we have also started some of the activities in the. So this building sector, as you understand much better than me, this is actually a sector which I can say a laggard sector in terms of energy efficiency. If you go back to 2007 and 2008, this is the first program. Bureau of Energy Efficiency's first program was the Building Energy Efficiency Program, if I remember correctly. In that year, so around, if I go back even 2003 and 2004, around 20 to 25 iconic buildings were selected by Government of India. Bureau was just established during that time, 2002. I'm talking about 2003 and 4, where energy audits were conducted in 20 iconic buildings of the Government of India, including Prime Minister's office, the President's estate, and so many ministerial buildings. And what we could see that 30 to 40% of the energy saving can be possible. But at that point of time, nobody was understanding how this implementation will really go into to reduce that operational energy consumption reduction. There was no business models in place. ESCO was somehow something coming up. I remember DSL was one of the organizations who did the first ESCO project in one of the NDMC buildings here. So the concept was not proper. After that, in 2007, the Energy Conservation Building Code that came into place by Bureau, and the states, because building is a state subject, it's a provincial subject, and the states got engaged with this initiative. Bylaws were created. I think Ms. Prabhati will be talking about what are the initiatives Bureau has taken in the last 15 years. But never, just to say that the actions which have been taken, that is only for the existing buildings in the terms of reducing the energy consumption which is having, and the code which is targeting towards the commercial and the new buildings as well. So in this project, ALCBT project, we are targeting how to bring the concept of the carbon emission. That means what is the, if somebody asks, what is the CO2 emission, the gram of CO2 or the kg of CO2, which is coming from the per square feet of a building space. So that should come from the integral part of the entire building structure. That means how much is the embodied carbon in the building material, how much has gone in during the construction and during the life cycle of the project operation. So this is a very complex subject, and that is why the low carbon concept was brought into the picture. And thanks to the ministry that I took this idea concept in a much bigger way to intervene in the policy aspect. That is why a lot of activities under this project have been placed. So now, if you remember, if you can imagine, then where this capacity building and things are coming into the picture. So the first point is, how can we actually estimate the carbon emission or the carbon content in the building material? There must be certain kind of tools, and that tools may be some analytical tools complied with or aligned with the international requirements. So that is why we are also developing a low carbon building tools, taking all these parameters into place. So that will also give us an indication. Say if we are using 1 kg of cement, 1 kg of or 1 ton of iron and steel, glass, or similarly bricks, all these materials which are being used, how we can say that the different types of manufacturing process which has gone into the manufacturing of these materials, what is the carbon content it is actually giving. So this is a very technical things which will be being considered, and it is necessary that our manufacturers, the building manufacturers, building material manufacturers, they should know how these things should go into as a estimation or a calculation in understanding the entire carbon content thing. The other one is the technology provider. The technology provider in this particular project, the technology which we are targeting is towards the cooling, because as you understand, 60 to 70% of the cooling energy consumption is attributed towards cooling. So there are different models involved in this particular process. There are certain replacement model also. The older inefficient appliances, cooling appliances that needs to be replaced. So what is the model and what are the new technology which will come up and on what is the business model? The next one is how this can go into the new buildings as well in the design stage. So as this in this entire project, the training, the capacity building and training is an integral part, and it is a part in every project, large size projects. So in this particular thing, project, we are targeting how to educate, how to bring this capacity building and training of this particular group, the ecosystem, the players who are in the ecosystem, so that they can learn about this thing. So we have chosen 3 organizations: Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FICCI, then Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, and Administrative Staff College of India, ASCI, Hyderabad based. They have been chosen through a competitive process to deliver this training program based on the modules which have been developed. We completed the training module part, which was done by Devki Energy, and that was duly guided by one of the subcommittee formed under the technical advisory committee chaired by Dr. Agrawal, and that process has already been completed. So we have gathered here today to actually go through this master trainers program, who would eventually be giving this training program under this package which FICCI is doing for the technology manufacturers, technology providers, and the building materials manufacturer. Similarly, CII will be doing in other groups, and ASCII will be doing for the government officials and the policymakers and the city planners, etc., etc. So the package has been very suitably planned so that it will actually create a good impact once the training programs have been completed. Let me just touch upon some of the numbers. In this project, we are targeting 2,100 number of people to be trained. That's the project scope, but we'll go much beyond than that. And also the this task will be completed by September 2026. So that means 2025 will be a busy year for all of us. And the people, thanks to all of you who have shown interest to be a master trainer, it is a wonderful opportunity for all of us to learn about this subject, propagate our knowledge, because you are all learned people, so that the message will go to the people down the line who will be taking this training. And also there is a different number of hours and all these things. My colleague Ashok will go take you through what are the kind of modalities that we have planned in this particular program. But at the end of the day, the idea is that how these people are enhancing their knowledge about this low carbon concept in the building material manufacturing side as well as the technology provider side. So it's a packed session today. The Devki Energy will take you through the modules which have been prepared, but these modules are, of course, these modules will be acting as a Bible for you, are a reference material for you, but as a training a master trainer, you are free to incorporate your own thought process, your own experience, your own expertise, but not going beyond the project scope, I mean the project subject scope. So with this, very warm welcome to all of you. I think it will be a very good opportunity for all of us to join in this project and see that how the best things we will be bringing forward once this capacity building and training program is over. Thank you for joining in this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganayak. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Ms. Pravata Nalini, Samal Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, to please kindly deliver her address.
Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank GGGI and FICCI for inviting me to this important forum where all the prospective master trainers are present here and who are going to actually train the people for towards the low carbon building. As we all know, building sector is a booming sector, and Bureau of Energy Efficiency has initiated many programs in the last 15 to 18 years, from the 2006 onwards. We have initiated the energy efficiency program in the industrial sector, the building sector, discom sectors, then appliance sector. So the major focus of Bureau was on three sectors like the industrial sector, building sector, and appliance sector. As these three sectors actually contributing the major share of energy consumption in our country. So if we talk about the building sector, I have some data that about 3 lakh square feet of commercial floor space is actually coming every day in our country. And by 2032, about 1.017 billion square meter are coming in commercial sector and 5.23 billion square meter coming by 2030 in residential sector. And as if we talk about the baseline of 2005 and at 8% growth rate, there will be increase of 850 billion units in these two sectors, commercial sector and residential sector. So for this, Bureau of Energy Efficiency has initiated many policies and voluntary programs in building sector. In 2007, we have initiated the Energy Conservation Building Code. As Mr. Garnayak already mentioned about many initiatives, I will just add on some of the uh, key programs under Building Energy Efficiency Program. So Energy Conservation Building Code was the primary initiative of Bureau of Energy Efficiency in 2007, and the Energy Conservation Building Code is for the new commercial building during 2007. But right now we have modified this Energy Conservation Building Code. Earlier it was only for the passive design, electromechanical design. Now we have added the sustainability features as well. And in 2007, the ECBC code was launched. In 2018, we had launched the Econivas Sanhita, which was for residential sector, which was again modified during 2021. And now we have come up with the ECSBC for the residential sector, Econivas Sanhita 2024, which is a building code for the residential sector, which was not mandatory before, and now we have made it mandatory for the residential sector as well. So the minimum criteria, I think many people are aware of that. The minimum criteria is the connected load of 100 kilowatt and 120 kVA. The building load should be more than 100 kilowatt and 120 kVA. So various systems that are included in, if you go through the ECBC, you can actually you have to go through ECSPC because you are master trainers, and if you will be part of this training program, so you have to be well conversant with the various aspects of this energy conservation and sustainable building code, both for commercial and residential. And another initiative for the existing buildings that we have taken up is the star rating program for the building. And in this sector, in this program, we have actually giving the rating 1 to 5 star to the existing buildings in the commercial as well as in the residential sector. But residential sector, it is not taken up yet as it is tool based, and we are going to start within couple of months. The tools have already been developed and will make it operational within maybe 2 to 3 months. And for commercial sector, the program is going very well. And under this program, we have given labels for about 450 commercial buildings. And there is also another rating system, that is Shunya rating. So for Shunya rating, both commercial and residential buildings are covered. For that, only the parameters we take, like the energy performance index should be 0 to 10 kilowatt hour per meter square per year. And for Shunya rating, Shunya plus rating, that is smaller than 0. So that means that would be renewable energy integration. Then Bureau also the update so far that we have notified the energy conservation building code in 25 states so far, and in India you will be happy to know that till now 3500 ECBC compliant buildings have been developed so far, and we are the states are in the process of uh, incorporating more and more buildings in their building bylaws, so that more number of buildings will be developed in the near future. We are also organizing various capacity building program, and till now we have trained about 70,000 people under this program to train the people on low carbon buildings like and our course. Uh, we also worked with many international partners like Indo-US PhD program, Indo-Swiss B project, GIZ, UNDP, Indo-EU programs. So for your information, as you are the master trainers, how you will be also can be uh, uh, incorporated, and you can join us in bureau with Bureau of Energy Efficiency in this program. I am just giving the way forward and the next course of activities under this building program. So now we are going to notify this ECSBC, residential and commercial, in the states, because earlier it was ECBC, now it has been modified as ECSBC. So again the states will modify this, and they will again notify at their state. Then we will notify the rules, and the states will also adopt these rules. But where is your role in this endeavor? That we have pool of master trainers who will actually help the states in ECBC compliant in the state level. So we have already we have 150 around master trainers who actually help the SDAs and the ULBs in complying the energy conservation building code. Now again we are going to create the pool of master trainers who will be trained on ECSBC, because those are ECBC, now it is ECSBC. So again we are going to do this uh, activity. So you all are requested that you may also participate under this master trainer program, so you can also contribute under this project. Then we are also creating energy auditor buildings. As you may be aware that Bureau is doing the certification program for energy managers and energy auditors. So now we have introduced energy auditors buildings. Earlier it was not there. Energy auditors were there who were participating for the industries and other auditing program, and they are helping in that program. Now we are creating specifically for the buildings. So there also you can contribute and you can participate in the as a energy auditor building. So that you will be actually partner of Bureau of Energy Efficiency and the state designated agency who will help, and you will also be a part of this ECB building compliant. Uh, then for the existing buildings, we have engaged Terry for preparing the manuals, because all this I talked about is the code for the new buildings. But for existing buildings, for the retrofitting of the existing buildings, we are also preparing the manuals. What would be the energy conservation measures for the retrofitting in the existing buildings? So that manuals already in the final stage, and we are going to launch these manuals, and the flyers are also there, so that if I am a building owner, then I can just go through the flyer that what were the simplified guidelines that for a building I want to uh, in my building, what are the retrofitting that I want to do so that I can be low carbon building. Then another thing, we are also taking up the scaling of the star rating program. In the star rating program, now there are only 4 typologies. So data center is not there, hospitals, hotels are not there. So we are also widening our scope to include all these new typologies under star rating program so that we can widen up. Then portals, as I mentioned, that we will deploy the portals for the star rating of these residential buildings as well. So another two important activity, we are going to actually develop the study material for energy auditor buildings. And also we are going to do the impact assessment for ECSBC implementation in the states. So those two new activities we are going to add up in under building program, that we are exploring how we can initiate those programs, those activities under this building program. So apart from this, I am very happy to learn that GGGI also initiated this ASEA low carbon building transition program, which will actually implement our building energy efficiency program of India in many ways. As I can see that major components of this ASEA low carbon building program of GGGI are actually in line with Bureau's initiatives in the building sector. So I would like to thank GGGI for taking this initiative, and also I would like to thank FICCI and other organizations for their partnership with GGGI under this initiative, that they are going to train many of the professionals that they will take part in this endeavor in the future. So that will actually really help in Bureau of Energy Efficiency to achieve our target. So that's why I'm also thankful to GGGI. So it's a real compliment to Bureau of Energy Efficiency being a part of this ALS CBT program. I wish GGGI, all their partners, FICCI, and all the master trainers a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for such a comprehensive address. Moving forward, I'll request Ms. Taina Dukov, First Secretary, Head of Division for the Environment and Climate Change, Federal Republic of Germany Embassy, to please address.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I'm very honored to welcome you all on behalf of the German Embassy to this important workshop in Delhi today. This training workshop for our project on Asia low carbon building transition, the ALCBT, sorry, it's a bit difficult, is part of the International Climate Initiative of the German federal government. India and Germany are working together very closely in the field of climate change. This is being done under the framework of the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, the so-called GSDP. We are cooperating in many fields associated with climate mitigation, adaptation, natural carbon sink, and in close connection with the conservation of biodiversity. The strong partnership is about finding common approaches and the best solutions, and it's also about learning together. And so far for today, I learned already a lot. I'm very impressed by how this project proceeded already since or during the last two years. So one core area of the Indo-German Green and Sustainable Development Partnership, the GSDP, is the sustainable urban development. The aim is to support Indian cities in their efforts to limit global warming and be able to adapt to the impacts of climate change. India is positioned as one of the world's fastest growing economies. We already heard about it by Mr. Sharma today, and where its urban centers will lead the charge. 60% of India's GDP is produced in cities. So India's urban centers are experiencing rapid growth and play a crucial role in addressing global challenges. By 2050, more than half of India's population will live in cities. So India is one of the countries most affected by the impacts of climate change, and different types of hazards and stress factors, as well as increasing climate and disaster-related extreme weather events, are threatening the large and growing urban population and cause growing economic damage. So there's a strong relation between low carbon building and also the impacts of ongoing climate change. The building sector in India plays a crucial role in achieving India's national climate goals by 2030. We already heard about some numbers that highlight that by Mr. Garnaik. You told us about how buildings, I think 70% of buildings are yet to be built, and this shows how urgently we need to develop a low-carbon building sector. So in order to do so, there's a need for paradigm shifts in the approach. Building materials, construction, effective operation, but also a sustainable and integrated urban planning will play a major role. This project is an attempt to bring a cohesive ecosystem through intervenes in technical, financial, and capacity building. And the German government is very happy to support this project until the International Climate Initiative, working in 5 countries, including India, with a duration of 5 years. I was part of the launching event here in Delhi back in 2023, and I'm very happy to learn how the project proceeded since. Capacity building and training are integral components under this project, which targets the various actors in the building ecosystem. We believe that successful implementation of the capacity building program to train above 2,000 officials in India will not only improve the awareness on the low carbon buildings, but also help in achieving the project goals, for example, in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also in mobilizing investments in the sector. I would also like to point out that gender equality is an important goal of any project under the International Climate Initiative, and so the German government gives huge importance to this aspect. And I'm so happy to see so many women or female participants today here in this workshop. Congratulations to that. And today we are here for a training program for the master trainers. That's what I learned so far, and who are already experts, and you are already experts in your own subject areas. Today's discussions will reinforce the understanding about the training needs and under this project. With that being said, I would like to thank you all once more for being here today. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I wish you a lot of inspiring discussions and fruitful exchanges. Me and my team at the embassy are looking forward to seeing this project unfold and progress in India, and to keep the conversation going. Have a wonderful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dukov, and we look forward to many more collaborations in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a work plan and a training module, and I'll request Ms. Ishu Ghai and Ms. Neha from Triple GI to please come and present the work plan to the dignitaries on the stage. Girish, should we step out or should we here only? Okay. So we also have a training module document which has been prepared. I'll request the dignitaries on the stage to please formally release this this module. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Uh, Moving forward, we have a keynote address from Dr. Sailesh Kumar Agarwal, who is the Executive Director for the Building Materials and Technology Promotion Council, Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs, Government of India.
Okay. At the outset, good morning to all of you, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am really honored to be part of this program, and thanks to Mr. Soumya Garnayak. I have a dual responsibility today. I have to give a keynote address, and I'm also steering this project in the capacity of, chairman of being the technical advisory committee and project steering committee. Tremendous work done by uh, Mr. Soumya and his team. And I think this is first of its kind course where we are going to start training program on low carbon thing. I think most of the things have been covered, but let me also put these things so that you can understand it better. See, all of a sudden, why do we talk about low carbon? All of a sudden, why we are talking about that we should go for alternate materials and sustainability and all those things. So let me give you, let me just present you few datas, official datas. All of you know India is very fast urbanizing, and if I have to put in terms of official stats, uh, last census was done in 2011. That time we were 31% urbanized. That means around 380 million people lived in urban area. 380 million means 38 crore people. And 20 years down the line, 2030, it will be 590, and by 2050, 815 million people will live in urban area in India. That means 81.5 crore people. So we are rapidly urbanizing, and there have been several studies. Uh, it's commonly said that built environment, half of the built environment is yet to be built. And there was a report from KPMG which says that to cater to this urban population, we are fast urbanizing, and once we reach 50%, it is alarming. So we have to equip our urban areas with all kinds of facilities, amenities, and services. You all know. So there was a report, very interesting report by KPMG, which says that to cater to this urban population, India has to build 600 to 800 million square meter urban space every year. You won't be able to comprehend what does it mean 600 to 800 million square meter. It means a new Chicago city every year till 2030. So in next 10 years or so, we have to build a new Chicago city every year. So can it be done with business as usual approach? And when we say business as usual approach, means if we continue to build the way we build, brick and mortar, and what we have is cast AC to frame construction. If we continue to build, it is unsustainable. We cannot do it. Okay, that is one thing. So we have to resort to other ways of other ways of construction, which include materials, processes, practices, new technologies. In fact, nowadays we are talking about Internet of Things, construction 4.0 is coming up. So all these things all of a sudden has become of great value. Also, just to add to this, I think, we have a representative from Germany. India is signatory to Paris Agreement. We are uh, quite concerned about climate change. So I have just got a data for you, and I just want to repeat it once again, because all of you sitting here are professionals. And Government of India also started a mission called Lifestyle for Environment. And it's not related to me, construction sector only. Whatever we do in our day-to-day life, it has to be in sync with sustainability, in sync with the environment, in sync with the mother earth. So let's, there is a one liner for life mission: let's be pro planet people. Let's be pro planet people. Okay, think of planet before you embark upon anything you do. So all of you know about nationally determined contribution, NDCs it is being called. And as a as we are committed to climate change adaptation, we have to submit. India has to submit report every 5 years, and we are committed to become a net zero country by 2070. Okay, by 2070, India has to become net zero. One. Secondly, we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 30 to 35% by 2030. Okay, and another thing is 40% electrical power installed capacity has to be through non fuel based. And there are a couple of missions started by Government of India, like National Sustainability Mission, the National Solar Mission, all those things. So all these things require us to revisit the way we do our construction, the way we carry out our work and all. And that is why these things have become quite important and prominent. Also, to add to this, all of you know that India is aspiring to become a Viksit Bharat, or developed nation. To become that developed nation, we have to do everything pretty fast. So another component added to whatever we do is speed. So speed is also one of the criteria which will decide about material processes and all these things we do if we want to become a developed nation by 2070. Also, India is one of the fastest growing economy. We are fifth largest in the world, and just few days back there was an announcement that but maybe next year we will become third largest economy. Also, this sector, construction sector, all of you know, is emerging as the third largest sector, and it may reach $1.4 trillion by 2025. Construction sector may reach $1.4 trillion by 2047. And also, I must compliment all of you who are present here to be master trainers. Construction sector is second largest employer generator, and the employment will go up to 100 million. Means 10 crore people will be employed in construction sector. There are more than 200 sectors which are directly or indirectly involved with the construction sector. Also, whatever we do, cities, all of you know, we are fast urbanizing. City contribute to the GDP significantly, up to 75-80%. So we need to be receptive, innovative, and productive, so as to foster sustainable growth and ensure better quality of living. What we are doing at the ministry, I will also tell you about that, because I deal with one of the largest affordable housing scheme ever heard of, or ever implemented globally. That is Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Before that, let me tell you the comprehensive strategy being adopted by the country is 3S mantra. It is called mantra. Strategy is called mantra in Sanskrit. 3S means skill. We have to upgrade our skills, and that is why I must compliment GGGI that they have started a program. And if you want, see, Government of India has has a mission mode program called Skill India. So it's not skill. They say skill, upskill, reskill. Try to understand. We have certain skill. I am an engineer, born engineer, but I have to upskill myself. And once I have reached to a level, then reskill. So you have to have skill upgradation throughout your life. So skill is one of the most important thing. Second, as I told you, is speed, because to be developed country and to cater to that urbanization and other challenges we are facing, speed is the second thing, and third is scale. So, dear friends, every now and then when we talk about materials technologies, we are being given example of Europe, we are giving example of Singapore and all. Singapore is, less than the place where I live in, Ashok Vihar. So I live in near Pitampura, so it's very small. The kind of scales India is dealing with. If I have to give you, we started Housing for All scheme in 2015. Till 2024, we have built 40 million houses. 40 million. And in next 5 years, we plan to build another 30 million houses. 10 million in urban areas and 20 million in. So scale. So please take it from me. 3S, always remember: speed, scale, and skill. Okay. And to end my discussion, let me tell you that we are very well aware that business as usual approach will not work. So in 2019, Government of India took an initiative and did a global housing technology challenge. I think I have been repeating this in all my talks. So in 2019, Honorable Prime Minister desired that we should bring the best practices, construction practices globally, and transplant them to our country. So we organized a global housing challenge through which we have shortlisted 54 new construction systems. Okay. And when I talk about construction systems, that means let's replace brick. Why to make wall brick by brick? Can't we have a ready-made wall? Can't we have a factory-made wall which you just bring and install? Or can't we have a do-it-yourself kind of kit which you bring and just create a wall, a pre-finished wall kind of thing? And good news is that there are several companies in our country who are into this already. We have been working with two companies who, uh, who are dreaming to supply a house on demand on your site. So on site, on demand house. Just think, you go to Amazon and you just, as per specifications, you just order and your thing is delivered. Similar kind of thing is happening in the housing sector. Means we are thinking in that direction, that let's you just submit a plan and we will deliver you a house. So those kind of things are happening in construction sector, and we are very well aware of it. And this goes in sync with what GGI is doing. Once you do these kind of things, once you bring industrialization in the construction sector, you are bringing resource efficiency, you are bringing climate responsiveness, you are bringing energy efficiency, you are bringing eco-friendliness, and you are bringing disaster resilience. And all of this will lead to quality and affordable housing. Okay. So these things, and also in we have launched Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana 2.0, where we envisage to build 30 million houses, which includes rural as well as urban. So there we are very well aware that we cannot continue to build the way we build. So we have included low carbon materials. Thermal comfort is another thing which is very important, and which is going to bother all of us. So whatever construction we do, think of thermal comfort. I was discussing with the German representative that already we have already crossed 1.5 degrees Celsius last year. 2024 was the warmest year in, century or something like that. So thermal comfort we have included. We have included passive design strategies and things like that. And last but not the least, let me also tell you, all of you might be thinking, see, there are two kinds of, I think Soumya was telling you, embodied carbon and operational carbon. So operational carbon, all of us are very well aware of. Thanks to efforts by BE and others, continuously we have been having codes, rating systems and all, and somehow now we know that we require LEDs, we require efficient air conditioning and those kind of things. So operational energy, operational carbon, somehow we are quite aware of. But embodied carbon, what Mr. Gandhi was telling you, still, like cement we are using, how much carbon dioxide it emits during its manufacturing. Steel, how much CO2 it emits. Similarly, brick manufacturing and all those things. So we have to look at embodied carbon, and embodied carbon means, once a material, how it is being extracted, manufactured, and then put to use, that all incorporates embodied carbon, and we have to reduce embodied carbon. And that is why in government system, I come from government system, we follow general finance rules. That's a Bible for us. So where there we have included, a chapter on life cycle cost in government system, that a project of certain amount has to look into life cycle cost. So let's not, get fixated by initial cost or initial cost of construction. Let's talk about, if you want to talk about sustainability, if we want to talk about low carbon and all, we should talk about life cycle cost. So let's talk about material and practices which can help us minimize the life cycle cost. Also, when we talk about life cycle cost, another new thing has come now. We talk about materials, so we talk about cradle to grave, isn't it? We talk about a material is put to use, that's it, and then it will go. But nowadays we are talking about cradle to cradle. It's a circular economy, and I mean a material should put to use for infinity. Okay, once the service life of building is over, those materials should be re-engineered, recycled, and to be put to use. Okay. So with these few words, let me conclude here. I must compliment, Mr. Garnayak, and I think he has chosen a right organizations. FICCI, I have great regard for FICCI. They are quite professional people, and I think this is the right approach. My specialization is earthquake engineering, and ever since 2001 Bhuj earthquake, and since then we have been talking about master trainers and things like that, because once you have to approach these things systematically. If we want to, introduce low carbon life cycle costs, we have to, build capacities, because capacities are being lagged. And again, a compliment, because these things are not being taught in engineering and architecture. We are just given a feel of it, but we don't take deep dive into these subjects. So I sincerely hope the initiative taken by GGGI will go a long way in sustainable development. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agarwal, and I'll request Mr. Girish, Senior Director of FICCI, to kindly propose a vote of thanks.
Good morning, all of you. Dr. Shailesh Kumar Agarwal, Executive Director, Building Material Technology Promotion Council. Ms. Tanya Dikoff, First Secretary, Head of the Environment Division, German Embassy. Ms. P. Samal, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Mr. Soumya P. Ganayak, Country Representative, GGGI. Ms. Julia Robles, ALCBT Project Manager. Mr. Ajay Sharma, Assistant Secretary General, FICCI. Mr. M.A. Patil, Mr. R. Paraman, and other experts in the field of energy efficiency, Team FICCI, Team GGGI. I think it is one of the privilege for FICCI to take this responsibility of imparting this training program on focusing on Asia low carbon building transition, with special focus on the building materials and manufacturer technology providers. As Dr. Agarwal mentioned, the importance of this component is the value. New area which has been dimensioned is that embodied carbon. I think this is an area where a lot of things need to be happened, and the training program which we are going to organize will do address this embodied carbon much along with the operational carbon. This is one important point which we will be focusing. Second point which we would like to mention is that one of the components we are covering under the program is the financial instruments, which are financial mechanism basically for the sustainability or energy efficiency. So it's again some request to Bureau of Energy Efficiency, because we need to have some amount of a good shaping in the financial role which has been played in our country, especially for the energy efficiency. So FICCI is also closely working with Bureau. So some input maybe out of the program, after completion of this program, we will be giving to Bureau, and respective on how the financial instrument, financial initiative can have a key momentum in our country for those climate change and these things, especially energy efficiency moment. I also take this opportunity to once again thank Dr. Shailesh Agarwal, the Executive Director, Building Material and Technology Promotion Council. The council, which is, as mentioned, working towards promoting cost-effective and innovative building materials. Sir, our focus areas where the target group which we are doing is basically the building technology manufacturer area. So we will be looking forward to have more discussions and interaction with your members or your people who are in that area, so that an effective training program can be happened. We in the past we have gone through a lot of training program focusing on the energy auditors, energy consultants, architects, but I think very little amount of training programs or program has happened for focusing in this group. So it's a great opportunity for FICCI to interact with all those associations. Basically, if you look at, we have representative from Cement Manufacturer Association, Indian Steel Association. So here also we have invited those association representatives so that further training and program can be held with for effectively for the very cause which Triple J is being projected. So on behalf of FICCI and Triple J, once again, thank you for your presence and your special keynote address. And I request Sri Ajay Sharma to hand over the memento to Dr. Shailesh Agarwal. Thank you, Agarwal ji. In the morning, what we have given was we have planted 5 trees in Sikkim in your names. For all the officials, we have planted a 5 number of trees in your names, and the certificate provides an Google location, and you can also monitor. And it's in Sikkim. And once you are visiting Sikkim, you can also see those trees planted in your name as a part of our green initiative. May I now request my colleague Pushpendra Naik, if you could hand over the memento on behalf of FICCI and Triple JI to Ms. China Dykhoff, First Secretary, Head of the Environment Division. May I request Mr. Surendra Verma to hand over the memento to Ms. Pravati Nalini Samal, Director, Bureau of Energy Efficiency. The long association with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, we being an accredited energy auditing community in FICCI itself, and a lot of projects initiative have already done with me. Thank you for your presence. And also request my colleague Karishma Bist to hand over the memento to Sri S.P. Ganaik, Country Representative India, Triple GI. Thank you, Mr. Ganaik, for your support and giving this responsibility of doing this training program 1.5 years. We will be targeting around 1,000 plus industry members in this particular group in the next 1.5 years. And the very important role which master trainers will be doing in the next for supporting these programs. And we will have a great interaction post inaugural session, this opening session. And once again, thank you for all the dignitaries in the dais, and also our support extended by Devki Energy, Mr. Paraman, in preparing this manual, and Mr. Shirish Deshpande and other colleagues who have joined online for as a master training for training the master trainers. I also extend thanks to all the master trainers who are physically attending, and we are also having some 50 number of people who are online attending this program. So put together around 40 odd master trainers will be completing this particular day session. So it's a day long session. We'll be having much more interactions, and some modalities how we are going to do in the post noon session will be shared. So once again, thank you for joining for this opening launch event for all the dignitaries, and we'll break for a tea break for 15 minutes. And I request if all could join for a quick photographs, our people. Thank you for a tea break, and we'll reassemble in 15 minutes. orientation session on the training modules. Requested all of you to settle, and we will be starting the orientation program. Request for your attention, please. Request for your attention, please. We are starting the session. You could, yeah, please. We also have a few of our people joining online, and for the orientation session, if you could can also come closer. You can occupy the few seats. Hope we also having some master trainers who are attending online. Okay. So for the orientation session, we want kind attentions of the people who are attending here, the people, the master trainers who are online. We will be having the orientation on the project. We'll have the orientation on the different topics which has already prepared, and we will also be sharing the master module prepared later on. Kindly note that this will be a full day session up to 4:30. Request all the master trainers, especially the master trainers, to attend this program fully, online as well as physical, because we'll be having a certification distribution, which is very important, because as the project take off, we will be having the involvement of the master trainers for those program which will be happening in the next 1.5 years. As also mentioned in the morning, the project is also will be doing in the other Asian countries. So your active participation in these master trainers are requested. Now for the starting, we have the introduction on this particular project and the training module development. So we have with us Mr. Ashok Bonham. He's a senior officer and the regional project coordinator, Global Green Growth Institute, and he's having more than 14 years experience in energy efficiency and climate change mitigation projects. Prior to joining GGI, he has worked with Energy Efficiency Services Limited and National Productivity Council. He has got both national and international experience in worked in KSA, Thailand for various projects. So may I invite Mr. Ashok Bonham to make this presentation about the project.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, myself Ashok Bonham, representing GGGA regional team for project coordination across 5 countries for this ALCBT project. Today, I will run the presentation covering the activities involved in this training modules development for these master trainers. And this slide already mostly covered by our project manager ALCBT and our country representative India, but still just I will run quickly. As already said, the project name is ALCBT, Asia Low Carbon Building Transition Project, and the anticipated impact is like nationwide transition towards low carbon building, substantially reducing GHG emissions in the building sector. And the anticipated outcomes are like technical planning and institutional tools for low carbon buildings have been successfully implemented by the key public and private stakeholders in the 5 countries, Asian countries: Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And the key project partners are covering both national and subnational governments, the building industry professionals, financial institutions, and also the universities and academias. And this project has been, the implementation period is like starting from the August 2023 to August 2028. This is a 5 years duration project. And anticipated results under this project are like a reduction of 1.67 million tons of CO2 equivalent, both direct and indirect reductions, and also 19,000 plus people enhance their knowledge and capacity, and also around 140 million euro investment mobilized through this project. Under this project, we have four targeted outputs. One is like standard tools and systems for managing the low carbon building emissions, and enhanced capacity for stakeholders to deliver the low carbon buildings, and the financial pathways established for low carbon buildings transition, and at the same time the knowledge products were to facilitate the replication and the scaling up activity. Under this output 2, the capacity enhancement for the key stakeholders, these training programs are being conducted across all the 5 project countries. And if we have to talk about the objective of this training program, the main objective is to raise the awareness of the designing, construction, and operation and financing of the low carbon buildings and its impacts on the carbon emissions. While developing these training modules, we have emphasized a variety of perspectives such as like policies, technical tools, and financial mechanisms. When we have to talk about from the government side, we have captured majority of the data available, how the government policies, regulations, and the industry standards are guiding the sustainable building practices. On the technical side, we have included the innovative materials, methodologies, and the operating in energy efficiencies. All the topics has been covered in these training modules. From the financial side, we have captured the funding options available, investment strategies, and the energy saving measures also we have captured. Overall, for ensuring the real world relevance, we have captured the country specific case studies and examples offering practical insights also. And if we have to talk about the training program structure and duration, total 4 main modules are there, and it has been subdivided into 18 submodules, and each submodule has been designed for a 1 hour duration. If for a specific stakeholder, if we have to cover all the 18 modules, a minimum of 3 days duration is required, considering 6 hours per day. This is our idea. However, it can be adapted as per the country specific requirements and the stakeholders we are targeting. And overall, the training modules has been developed in a well structured manner so that it can be conducted in an interactive way. And overall approach I will discuss in the next slide. And as already said, the targeted stakeholders under this ALCBT project are like government officials, material manufacturers and technology providers, building owners, developers, contractors, ESCO professionals, energy auditors, bankers, and financial institutions. And for the material manufacturers and technology provider stakeholders, FICCI has been partnered with GGGI for supporting these training programs. And if we have to talk about the timelines taken for developing these training modules, it has been went up to a span of 8 months period, starting from the formation of this subcommittee for reviewing the quality of the developing training modules, and identification of the firm through competitive bidding, and the creation of the draft modules and subsequent reviews by the subcommittee members, GGJ, regional country teams, and other consortium partners. And after incorporating all the feedbacks and suggestions, the final modules has been presented in both the technical advisory committee meetings in Thailand and India. After that, the handovering process has been taken place starting from November till December to the training delivery partners. And after that, the first training program has been launched in Cambodia on 17 December 2024. And for India, today we are launching this program with the help of FICCI. And overall, we have ensured the collaborative approach while developing this training modules, like stakeholder consultation, subject matter expert reviews, everything we have ensured during the preparation of the training modules. And if we have to talk about the credentials of the firm engaged for this training module development, the firm involved for developing these training modules is Embrace Devaki Energy Consulting Private Limited. and they have around nearly 50 years of experience in the energy management and consultancy works. And earlier they have global experience also in the energy management and consultancy field. And earlier they have developed even the BE codes and the best practice manuals for the Bureau of Energy Efficiency also, apart from the energy management and consultancy work which they are executing across the globe. And if we have many subject matter experts have been involved during the development of these training modules. If we have to specifically name few people, Mr. Parman Radhakrishnan and Mr. Shirish Deshpande, who has more than 35 years of experience in this field, has been played a major role in development of this training program modules. And for the quality assurance, as already said, a 7-member subcommittee under the Technical Advisory Committee of India has been formed for the quality control. Dr. Jyotirmay Mathur, professor from Malviya National Institute of Technology, has been nominated as the chair for this subcommittee, and members and the rest of the members were also chosen based on their expertise to ensure the robust review process. And members also represents the diverse organization for the well-rounded input, especially from the academia, institutes, intergovernmental organizations, multilateral banks, think tanks, all organizations we have covered the members. You can see the list also. Dr. Jyotirmay Mathur from Malviya National Institute of Technology, and Mr. S.P. Garnaik, our country representative from GGGA India, and Mr. Giriya Shankar, General Manager Technical, representing Energy Efficiency Services Limited, and Mr. Atif Said, Project Lead Green Buildings from International Finance Corporation, World Bank Group, and Ms. Meda Malviya from World Resource Institute, Mr. Ashish Jindal from Natural Resource Defense Council, earlier he is representing, now he is representing SC for All, and same way Ms. Smita Chandiwala, Technical Advisor to ALCBT GGGI. And multiple reviews have been conducted by the subcommittee members and all the GGGI regional and country teams. Thereafter, the modifications has been incorporated by MBS Devki Energy. Finally, these training modules are ready to hand over. And if we have to speak about the overview, like this, as I already said, this master training modules covers 4 main modules and 18 sub-modules, and all are in the PowerPoint mode. And for every module, wherever required, is specific notes has been provided for the further elaboration and easy understanding to the master trainers, and all the list of references also clearly defined in the PowerPoint presentations. And training customization, as per the GGGI requirement, we suggest that minimum 80% of the content can be considered from this training master modules, and rest of the 20% master trainers are allowed to improvise it, especially covering the country-specific examples and case studies and the targeted group. And also from this notes and the list of references, we also developed the question banks for the master trainers for the pre and post learning assessment to the participants. That also will be handed over to you. That can be useful. And last, as already mentioned, under this program, a minimum 30% of female participation we expected. And these are the topics which we have covered under this training modules. Like as I said, 4 main modules are there, and the first module is like a introduction to the energy efficiency and ALCBT 5 countries. In this module, we have covered the energy consumption and energy trends in the each project country for this ALCBT project, namely Cambodia, India, Indonesia, and Thailand and Vietnam. And coming to the second module, fundamentals of energy efficiency. In this main module, total 10 sub-modules are there, and here we have covered the adaptive thermal comfort, solar passive strategies, building envelope design, sustainable cooling technologies, embodied energy, operational energy, and also the country-specific building energy codes also has been covered in this second main module. And if we talk about the third module, building energy management, here we have included the basics of the energy management, energy audits, and HVAC assessment we have covered in this third module. And final module is financial instruments and market mechanisms. Here we have covered the total 5 submodules are there in this fourth module. Here we have covered the financing part, ESCO business models, sustainable procurement, carbon transactions, and the low carbon building assessment tools also we have covered here. And this is the overview of the 18 sub-modules which we have covered under this training programs. And if we have to talk about the learning outcomes, the expectation is that after this training programs, we expect that government officials will use the learnings as an additional resource while developing the proactive policies for the promotion of the low carbon buildings. And at the same time, the developers, builders, and the buyers will show more interest in investing in the low carbon buildings. Same with the architects and the energy professionals will get the more confidence to promote the low carbon buildings and the energy efficiency part. And from the financial professional point of view, we expect post this training programs, the green loans and the green mortgages become a part of the regular banking products while issuing the loans. And before concluding the presentation, just I want to showcase our official ALCBT project website where this training modules will be made available in future, and this platform will be useful as a connection between the stakeholders and the public for the project, getting the project information. And in this website we will feature the low carbon training modules and building emission assessment tool being developed by HEAT International, one of our consortium partner. This tool will be used for assessing the whole life carbon emissions of the building. And at the same time, this platform also hosts the regional one-stop shops investment matchmaking platform, which is being developed by Asian Center for Energy. They are also one of our consortium partner in this project. If you want have more details about this project, you can log in into alcbt.gggi.org, or you can scan the QR code, please. Thank you. If anyone has some questions, you can ask. Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Akshay Pahade. I saw the entire content of this program modules. I have one question that in this, the facility managers or the engineers who are going to manage a certain facility for an existing building, they seem to be left out. What is the and where all of that is going?
So
to
you
be
are
covered?
asking about the stakeholders or the
As a stakeholder, and even as part of the
stakeholders
content.
like ESCO professionals and energy auditing professionals we have included. There we can include the facility managers also.
Okay.
Because they are the person who are dealing with the operations of the energy. So we can include them there.
Okay, because at the end of everything, the facility engineers are the ones who are really going to implement everything.
Definitely, you can include in that group stakeholders.
So one more question. It is related to the standard tool which you are going to develop. Is it just for mapping the building material level emissions or for the building overall?
Yes, for building overall, it can be as the whole life carbon building of complete building we can access carbon, both embodied and operational energy.
The one which we have, the one which is done by IFC, the age tool. So that is precisely being followed, but we are customizing it to an Indian context. To be very honest with you, we also, as of now, by today, we also don't know how that tool looks like. It is under development. So it is going through a expert committee who are developing. By end of 15th of February, that will be coming out. So that will be tried with 5 buildings with the actual data. Because as you know, this age tool, those who have gone through the low carbon building tools kind of thing, the baseline estimation is extremely difficult for existing buildings. This is precisely to be done for the new buildings. So where the material aspects and everything would be. So getting the information, the data, that is extremely important. That will actually go into the tool, and tool will give you the. So we are just trying to figure out what could be the best possible way, keeping the existing data in view. So in this training program, the idea is to know about the tool. what are the inputs it will go, whether those inputs are really available in the field. If the data is not available, that is a separate exercise. We have to see that that data has to be made available. So it is a long drawn process, but let's understand how this tool content is and how this tool is going to be operationalized. Okay, so by 15th of February, things should be much more clearer. Thanks for bringing this question. Yes, sir.
Question. There's a related question. I mean, you mentioned the edge tool. So I believe that is based on the concept of 20% electricity reduction, 20% waste reduction, 20% water reduction, and that leads to a certain rating in building. They also have a training program of their own,
Yes.
which they use
Yes.
at various educational institutions and also for professionals.
Correct.
You are saying that we are using that as a base and then developing that further for our requirements.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So that's the process. But I don't know how much, whether 80%, 85% of the edge tool will be really taken and all these things. But most likely what I saw from the analysis the experts are doing, what I could understand is that precisely the the basic architecture of that edge tool is going to be followed.
Yeah, so that basic material or
Yes.
structure is going to be
Yes,
used
yes,
because I
yes.
know Atif Syed.
Yeah,
he's
Atif
part
Syed.
of
That is why he is
program,
in the committee. Yes.
and he's very much involved
Yeah, absolutely.
in that. Yes,
Absolutely.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
Course which you have developed for master trainer is India centric or Asia centric? Like
Very good point. Very good point. In fact, the models have been developed for all the 5 countries, but the modules which will be given to you is India specific. So the entire module which are prepared for the Asia region, that will be uploaded in our website. When you deliver the training in India, you extract the modules which are meant for India. It is clearly written. But why are you putting all these things into the website is that because you are the master trainers, your services may also be required in the other countries, provided that other countries requires. So that is why we have kept the doors open for everyone. Say to Cambodia, Thailand, Indonesia and all, they have their master trainers, but as it is a very 1.5 years program, it may be needed that there might be certain kind of expertise required, which people like you, if you show intent, subsequently that will happen, you can join them as a master trainer online. So that is why you have kept all these things, but you will follow the modules which are meant for India.
and we have discussed and included ISCO mode of education because without ISCO, this program is not going to move.
Absolutely, but that ESCO part is not under FICI's purview, that is under CII's purview. But overall training program, sir, the ESCO model, understanding this, the business models, the successful case studies, everything is there. But that content will be covered by Confederation of Indian Industry, not by FICI. But you as a master trainer, as a coach, you may be required anywhere.
So there is one more question.
Yes.
As we are talking about, we developed this BEAT tool. So it's about building emission assessment tool. We already have so many tools available, but the major problem we face about the Indian database.
Yes.
So do we have the very good database in this tool, or we are trying to build up that database?
Absolutely, because that's the point that why I was making. The major database required is the EPD.
Yes.
Okay, the product declaration, environmental product declaration. I don't know, there was claim that CII has done some kind of EPD database, but that is very less. If we feel that the database is not there, and I and everyone knows that the data is not there, but this particular thing will create a kind of recommendation to the government to make it mandate to declare that product. So if that data is not coming, you may say that the tool cannot run. Fair enough, but this is a 5 years project. But during this process, next 1 year, there will be another exercise, which is a parallel exercise to develop that EPD. But let's understand how that input of that EPD is actually going and running to this tool.
So right now it will only calculate the, if EPD is available, then it will calculate
Then it
the
will
emissions.
calculate, yes.
Oh,
yes.
but there is no provision for building material manufacturer to develop their EPDs.
This is not coming under the purview of this project. That is why the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and Bureau of Energy Efficiency, they have the powers under their respective laws to make it mandate to that. So we have to, as under this project, we have to give this input to the government that this is required. So make it a mandate.
And is there any, because we have, in India, we use lot of traditional practices and different innovative materials. So it's so difficult to get the EPDs on that part.
Correct.
How will be going to take care?
Yeah. So I am not the expert on that particular aspect. Yeah. So let's see how the things are going. But yes, that we will be taking the support, the advice, the directions from Green Building Council, IGBC, even from the things which are being done by the other agencies, particularly the TERI and other sources. But I have gone through in detail, the requirement of the EPD is extremely important. So when I was discussing the same matter with Thailand team, Thailand government and all, their number of EPDs are much more than India's. And do you know, I may be wrong, please correct me if I am, more than 60,000 EPDs are there in the US. So that means the products which are used in the building in different way, what is the carbon content? So that database has to be there. So I think that's the basic premise of our system now, develop that database. Probably that may require another exercise to be done. Fair enough, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Saista from Srishan Bharati, and I'm a research.
So you are a researcher
scholar.
and you want to be a
Yes.
master trainer. Am I correct?
I'm a research scholar,
Hmm.
and as per my profession, my question is that what female age group you are targeting and how you are targeting.
Sorry?
What, as you said that you are targeting the benefits, at least 30% of female you're asking.
Female.
For the master training program. So my other question is that what female age group you are targeting and how you are targeting.
No, age group is not the say. The criteria from the master trainer, Bonam, you can just tell what are those criteria. That has to be there. So there, whether it is male trainer or female trainer, the criteria has to be filled in. Okay, but we are trying to bridge or bring 30% female trainers under this. But what are the
there is
criteria?
no educational criteria.
No, there is no
We
age
have
criteria.
targeted only the minimum years of experience and the educational.
No, why don't you show what are the criteria? I think that's a very good point. So what are, you don't have slides?
Not configured.
Acha, FICCI has that. Okay, they will take care of that. So please park your question to that. Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Saifuddin and I am representing JEET Simulations Private Limited. And just adding to what Malti said, so we are developing a lot of tools. In fact, the GGGI website, the LCBT website, we are developing. So there are multiple avenues of these, digital platforms. Bureau of Energy Efficiency again has done, Econivas platform for the residential buildings. And presently, as we are speaking, they are developing a platform for commercial buildings also. We are, as much as I am aware, the Econivas website already has a building material directory for India. My question to you is that how GGGI is planning to club these things together wherein they have a already existing BMDI portal. Do we have any foresight of bringing
Very
this
good
tool
point.
into
Really
that
appreciate this point. So there is a component here, we call it one-stop solution, OSS platform. This will try to bring all these things to a common place. But what we are trying to do, I don't know, is there any tool being developed by BE which is in their website? Is there any tool being developed by other organization which is in except IFC? IFC tool age is there. We are talking about the low carbon building tool, but there are building related information database are there. So we have already discussed with Bureau of Energy Efficiency. This will finally be put in a single database, single platform, and in a catchy term, we are calling it as a one-stop solution, OSS platform. Okay, so I think now we can move to the next session.
Thank you, Ashok Banamji, for your introduction to the LCBT project. as a token of appreciation, we just would like to hand over one small memento to you. Please come on the stage. I request my colleague Ms. Ishu to please hand over a small token of appreciation on behalf of participants and FICCI. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Now we have the next presentation on energy scenario and the building energy efficiency program by Mr. R. Parman. Ms. Minal Sutaria will be joining us online. I request Parman sir to please join us on the dais. And Minal Sutaria is joining us online. Thank you, madam, for coming online. Just to introduce our speakers, Mr. Parman Radhakrishnan. He is the director of Devki Energy Consulting Private Limited. He was the team leader for ALCBT training module development. He has been involved in projects for Bureau of Energy Efficiency, including development of Bureau of Energy Efficiency codes and best practice manuals, development of training manuals and capacity building of energy professionals in chemical cluster and demand side management for electric utilities. He is over vast 38 years of experience, has been doing around energy audits across the different countries of the world. I think he has done advanced energy auditing course from the USA. And just to introduce our second speaker, Ms. Minal Sutaria ji. She is head decarbonization ESG net zero at EcoFirst Service Limited, Mumbai. She was a senior advisor for the ALCBT training module development project. She brings with us more than 25 years of experience. She is lead accredited professional, IGBC accredited professional assessor, and Edge expert and certified design chartered conductor. With this, I hand over this session to Mr. Parman and Milan Sutaria, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, it's already good afternoon, looks like. So, good afternoon, Garnaik ji, Mr. Mohan Patil ji, Karishma, Pushpendra, Girish, Ishu, and the entire RCM team. Mr. Ashok Bowman from GGI, with whom I had huge amount of interaction as we were struggling with the timelines. Thank you for your support. And the members from various industry and trade associations who are present here, and all the aspiring master trainers for the GGI ALCBT project. I'll just, with few words, I will be handing over to Ms. Minal Sutaria, who will be taking this session forward. This particular ALCBT training modules development was the vision of Mr. Soumya Garnaik, the country head of GGI, and my close friend. It is, in fact, was not just a kind of a ordinary development. It was some kind of a vision, because rarely do you have a program which is targeting so many stakeholders together. So here, this is one common program with a common content addressing and trying to attract various stakeholders who are concerned with the building sector into the net zero game. And as you know, when you talk about decarbonization, the immediate goals people are talking about is 2030. Most of the countries in the world who are committed to this are talking about 2050. India has asked for some more time, 2070. But as Mr. Agrawal mentioned in the morning, if we are adding one Chicago city every year, we will never be able to reach that goal even in 2070, or maybe even in 3000, unless it becomes a strong movement. And that is the vision of this particular project, the LCD project, which is targeting 5 countries, Cambodia, India,
Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Now, to achieve this goal of making this a movement, it is envisioned that all the major stakeholders who are concerned with the building construction industry are brought together. Usually you will have programs for architects, you may have for energy professionals, you may have another program for ESCOs and finance guys. But here we are trying to bring the material together by which the concerns of all these stakeholders can be addressed and they can be drawn into this net zero game. So the objectives which have to be achieved by 2050 or 2070 can really be achieved by addressing the pain points and concerns of all the stakeholders. It was quite a challenge addressing so many stakeholders together, bringing in so many topics together. We were talking about the energy scenarios and the building regulations and policies. We are talking about the technological aspects of passive architecture. We are talking about energy management in buildings, operational energy savings, and one component which was usually getting missed out in this entire discussion, embodied carbon. And finally, addressing the issues of the finance fraternity with a huge exposure to how you can fund this entire low carbon game, the role of ESCOs, sustainable procurement, carbon trading, the works. And to put it together, it was a huge team effort, and a good number of people contributed directly in developing the modules. And we had the very good support from the review subcommittee of GGGI, headed by Jyotirmay Mathur. And at the outset, I would definitely like to thank the chief contributors to this particular module. Mr. Minal Sutaria, who was the senior advisor to this project, brought in a huge amount of information and analysis for the policy, building regulations aspect, and carbon trading. So she'll be covering those topics in the coming half an hour to 45 minutes. We had Mr. Shirish Deshpande, who was looking at the technological aspects of passive architecture. And we got very valuable inputs also from Mr. Prashant Bavre, Ms. Saswati Chetia, and Ms. Varnika Prakash from Green Tech, who also worked with us as a team to ensure that we are able to meet the final objectives in terms of the content. On the energy management side, because I am an old man in the energy management field, I took some responsibility for it. I was very ably supported by Mr. Rumi, engineer, who's also a veteran in industrial energy conservation and green buildings. He also would be joining briefly in the afternoon, virtually. For the financial aspects, Mr. Sunil Kulkarni, who's a pioneer in terms of financing energy efficiency in the good old days when ICICI first got into funding energy efficiency with assistance from the US EID. He is an electrical engineer with a MBA in finance who was in that team, which was involved in probably first mentioning the word ESCO and then working out a lot of models and trying to bring in a lot of information in terms of technology as well as financial modeling from the developed countries to India. He also would be joining virtually in the afternoon. So this is the broad objective here. As Mr. Bowman mentioned in his concluding slide, the objective is that when we are looking at a wide range of stakeholders, architects, energy professionals, yes, we all know they have been concerned with buildings all along. The next stakeholder, when we look at, is the builders and the real estate developers. You look at the financial community, you have the bankers and financial professionals and ESCOs who are there in both on the finance side as well as the technology side. You have the government officials who are concerned with policy and the people who make the building regulations. So when we are trying to bring such a large constituency of stakeholders with different domain expertise together, this program, the set of programs which would be running for 1.5 years, would be a success if those objectives which Ashok showed in his concluding slide are met, by which government officials get convinced that in all their proactive decision making that they do, net zero is kept in their mind. The same thing is true for architects and energy professionals, ESCOs, and the other stakeholders who are there in the game. Okay. So with those opening remarks, I will hand over the stage to Minal. Minal, as Pushpendra mentioned, is an architect with 25 years of experience, with huge experience in sustainability, ESG, and related fields. She has a huge work experience both in India and the USA. So she will be covering 3 of those submodules, which would be there. In fact, since the canvas is for 5 countries, the module number 1 you have for 5 countries. So in that 1.2, module 1.2 is for India. So she'll be covering module 1.2 for India. Then she will be moving on to 2.1, the concept of net zero. Then 2.7, building regulations. And finally, module 4.4, which is on carbon trading. Now here, in this session, it is not our objective to show each and every slide and explain it. So she'll be flashing the slides in front of you, okay? And in the half an hour or 45 minutes, trying to at least convey to you the expanse of the material. It's huge, okay? Eventually, Vicky will be sharing the modules with you, a pen drive, or maybe downloading it from some from the drive somewhere. You have to take a look at all the material, okay, related to the policy issues, the architecture, the technology issues, finance, and energy, everything, and then probably reconfirm to Vicky that which are the modules you are most comfortable with and where you can play the role of a master trainer. Okay, you may be comfortable with the architectural issues, not so comfortable with finance. You may be comfortable with finance, but not so comfortable with energy. So what all you can cover, you have to very honestly convey to Vicky so that they can bring in the right team to take these programs forward. Okay, I was told by Girish that probably about 50 programs are planned over the next 1.5 years. So we need a large team of master trainers to take it forward. But I would request you that based on your experience and whatever additional information you would like to bring into it, think over it and then participate actively in this. With this, I'll hand over the stage to Minal. Yes, Minal, you can take over.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gautam. And welcome everybody. I think a lot has been already mentioned about this really intense, rigorous, credible program that has been undertaken by GGGI, and with an extremely forthcoming vision, I must say. And the rigor that we have already seen that this program has undertaken is truly really applaudable. We should really do that, especially for many of us who have been in this field for a very long time. And to see a program, a holistic program of this nature is really welcoming. And we know that in the near future, this is definitely set out to attain the objectives that the program has its eyes on. Having said that, I'll immediately start with the training modules. As Pawan mentioned, these are very expansive modules. The idea here is to not train you towards them. However, to kind of give you a glimpse of the content, you will need to spend time with the content. We would like to give you the overview of what was the thought process behind each of these training modules. maybe some sort of our suggestions on what we could prepare towards these training modules and how we could prepare towards these training modules. So brace yourselves, you have about 18 training modules coming your way, a brief glimpse of 18 training modules that coming. I'll just start with the first one. I hope you can see the screen now. So this is a very ambitious training module, which I believe is not very well, it's not very often taken up in this space of low carbon and energy efficiency. But as DJGI and as their vision, to support their vision, we felt that this training module, this particular 1.2 energy scenario training module, becomes extremely important for us as master trainers to pass down the message of the seriousness of and the need for low carbon development. So this is the module that sets the tone for the rationale of the ALCBT. While we will talk about the ALCBT project definitely, but it sets the rationale for the training program. It sets the urgency, the need for this training program, the need for this project. And that is where this becomes important across all stakeholders, we feel. Now, depending upon the stakeholder that you are going to be training, you could make it a little bit more concise, or you could lend it out in detail. Like Parman rightly mentioned, those things, once you study the training module, you'll understand how much time and to what detail you want to run each of these modules. So, having said that, what is it that we are going to look at? Of course, this module is going to talk about the ALCBT projects. We will have slides. We will be equipped with slides with regards to that. We would have a very high-level understanding of climate change and its impacts. The energy scenario. So the important part here is to have everybody understand what is the energy scenario. In the energy scenario, what we mean is it talks about the energy demand in the ASEAN region as well as in India. Why is this important? Because we need to understand where our energy demand is, where was it historically, where it is in the present scenario, and what is expected of the future. And this becomes very important for any kind of understanding of carbon and low carbon development. So this was building that sort of a landscape of an ASEAN region, a little bit of global flavor, and also because this is an India-specific module, we will talk about India. Across the other countries, we instead of India, we talk about the respective countries of those areas. As you are all aware that ASEAN has grown over 80% in its energy demand in the past probably a decade or a decade and a half. And it is showing unwavering growth. And that is why we know that this kind of energy demand, their energy demand is rising. Having said that, India's energy demand is substantially rising. So it is very important to understand the correlation between why and how this energy demand is affected, by what parameters it is affected, and why is it rising in the future, and thereby what happens, what are the commitments, the various commitments that are undertaken globally, what is the scenario globally, what is the scenario regionally, that's where we talk about ASEAN region, and what is the scenario nationally, what are we talking about with respect to our contributions to reduction in carbon, which are mainly our NDCs. And then we show comparative of all NDCs, but then we will talk very specific to India's NDCs. What are the various programs that have been undertaken so far, which are either related to low carbon development or energy efficiency or our NDCs? Finally, what are India's challenges and opportunities? So this is the entire spectrum of what this module is going to give you. I'll just run you through the slides. So this is the broad slides about the ALCBT project, like we mentioned. So we have enough material to introduce. There will be the need to spend this little bit of time on these slides because I think we will really need to drive in the need and the urgent need for this program and what this program is set out to do. And we have some wonderful slides for that. We don't go through them in detail. The project steering committee, who are the consortium partners, what are the various driving factors, what are the policy drivers, technology drivers, market drivers, and especially what is the project outcome. I think this is very important for all of us to take a look at. This is where we start the story, the actual story of this module, climate change. So we are here talking about its impacts globally and in Asia. A very, very high picture with respect to climate change, because as much as an ecosystem of energy efficiency professionals, sustainability professionals, low carbon building professionals, we understand the impact of climate change on the built environment. We may or may not have that similar understanding amongst all ecosystem partners. They may have some understanding, but not a direct understanding. And this is where we can start with a very high level understanding of climate change and its impacts. We're talking about what the increase in GHG emissions and what are its consequences. Of course, consequences coming down to severe heat and cold waves, as you can see. What are the various hazards? What do they look like? What is the risks because of that? What are the various potential hazards globally, and then very specific to India also? Because we are talking to the stakeholders and the ecosystem in India, I think it's important we sensitize them that India is also at, there are potential some very severe risk hazards that we can see in India too. And because of that, one of the most important causes or outcomes or consequences of that we see is the increase of cooling demand. So this is a very direct correlation here. And then the potential disasters because of climate change. So it's not only about cooling demand, but also potential disasters that we see across. And we try to review across all the ALCBT countries in this case. This is giving them an overview and setting that tone and the sensitivity towards climate change. Earlier, we had a lot of convincing to do, but I think now a lot of people have accepted the concept of climate change, and they are seeing this change in climate and weather patterns every year. Having said that, the energy scenario, this is where it starts getting very interesting, because this is where, as an ASEAN region as well as for India, we are going to, we have projected, we have given you statistics to work with, we have kind of equipped you with statistics to show them that why we say that energy demand is increasing. What was the past energy demand? What is the present energy demand? And what is the potential growth area? When we say that as ASEAN region energy demand is going to increase substantially, why is it so? So there is enough research done, and we brought these statistics in front of you to be able to interpret and bring that story forward, that the growth areas are in the area of infrastructure, manufacturing, electric vehicles, and most importantly, energy demands of the growing middle class. This is very important. With an increase in the growing middle class, there is going to be an increase in ownership of appliances and thereby the energy demand. So what are the projected emissions? We've also tried to bring that up front, that what would be the projected emissions, and we see a substantial increase in the emissions. Likewise, in India, the correlation of economic growth and energy demand, I think in a lot of our policy documents as well as high-level documents, we always talk about decoupling growth with carbon emissions. And this has been our endeavor, and there is a lot of, I think, proactive work that is being done at this level. However, the fact is that we are still impacted by growth. We cannot not grow, but we have yet not managed to successfully decouple the growth with carbon emissions. And I think this program is a very important lever with respect to trying to do that. We're trying to decouple growth and energy demand on carbon emissions. So this is what we're trying to talk about here as, what is India's predicted population growth, and what do we see with respect to its economic prospects and subsequently its energy demand. And then finally we come to the construction industry, knowing that the country is growing. What is the contribution of the construction industry to carbon dioxide emissions? So of course, overall economic growth, but also with respect to the built environment and the growth of the construction industry. So having said that, I think built a scenario and an understanding of that, yes, energy demand and carbon emissions are going to increase. What are the various national commitments and global pledges, etc., that are happening? So giving them a landscape of that. making them understand that what is happening at mitigation level, adaptation level, finance level, and collaboration level. So globally, also there is a lot of collaboration towards mitigation and adaptation that is happening. So getting a flavor of that sets the tone that we are not alone trying to do things. It's a global effort. I think in a program like this, we cannot do without the mention of COP and its role with respect to nationally determined contribution or NDCs for every country. So, like we mentioned earlier, not maybe everybody may have a very good understanding towards COP, not all stakeholders, and that is where we try bringing them this kind of activities that are happening at global and international level so that they realize that this is a very serious effort that is happening at a global level, which over a period of time starts impacting global policies, global decisions, and also national policies and national decisions. We talk a little bit about the stock take here, and then where did the NDCs come from? What were the various joint commitments and statements made by the ASEAN region? Some of the global pledges that were done in the area of renewable energy and energy efficiency. And finally, the NDCs, a comparison of all the NDCs. Just a slide to show that the countries, all the countries that the ALCBT project is covering, they all have some very, very passionate commitments towards nationally determined contributions, and we are detailing out India in the further slides. And then what are the nationally determined contributions for the building sector? So building related NDCs. So now that we've talked and built the context at a high level, a very high global level, we are going to talk about the energy scenario for India, energy consumption in different sectors. How is India's energy consumption? What does it look like? What is India's per capita energy consumption? What is India's energy intensity? Energy demand. And then India's updated NDCs under the Paris Agreement. India's long-term low emission development strategies. What is India's LTLEDs, which I think almost everybody in this room will be aware of, but it's very important to take this message out to the entire ecosystem. And this project, I think this project gives us the opportunity to do that. This is a very important step and a very important slide to look at. What are the various action plans on climate change? What are the important 8 missions? India has been doing substantial work in this area towards climate change, climate adaptation, and climate mitigation. And even if it takes us 30 seconds, I think it's very important for us to inform our ecosystem of what is happening. And then overview of the mitigation measures across emission-intensive sectors. It's important to give a high-level understanding of that. What is the sectoral demand, the electricity demand across various sectors? And then finally, we come down to the laws and regulations that are there, that exist, a very high-level understanding of what was the journey. We don't need to spend a lot of time, but just by showcasing, we need to make them understand what is the various activities that have taken place in the area of either low carbon emission or energy efficiency within the country. And it's been a long journey. It's been a 25-year plus journey for our country. Again, a very broad and a high-level understanding of the structure, the institutional structure that drives all of this, the landmark legislations in the area of energy efficiency for our country, the amendments that have taken place, some very high-level salient aspects, because there's another presentation or another module that covers energy efficiency laws, codes, regulations, mitigation measures that have happened across industry, the initiatives for improving energy efficiency, what can be done in the building sector, what are the various programs that have been funded by multilateral and bilateral agencies. And then also the very significant efforts made by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency towards the standards and labeling program. I think for the stakeholders that we are working with as of now, the building material suppliers, this becomes a very important and interesting area for them to know. They must be aware that to reiterate the fact and to make this more relevant to them. What are the various appliances that are covered, mandatory and voluntary? What is the focus areas? Now, having said that, I think we've also wanted to add a touch and a flavor of beyond the climate adaptation mitigation. I think India has rapidly moved towards its own cooling action plan, knowing that cooling and heating demand, especially cooling demand, is something that is pertinent and of high importance to the country. So much of India's energy demand is going to come from the cooling sector. And that is why India has a cooling action plan. And as many of you experts out here already maybe working in the area of even state level cooling action plans. So you could bring that little bit of understanding because many of our stakeholders may also be cooling technology providers, etc. So what are the various goals of India's cooling action plan? And then finally, the way forward. This is where, of course, you can go through the way forward. What are the challenges that we still face? What are the opportunities? What are the gaps? We can talk about that. But I think at this stage, I would also like to leave you with a few thoughts on what we felt. What is it that you should prepare or you could prepare in this module? Because once again, like Padman and we've mentioned earlier, it is going to be a decision which is eventually going to be taken by yourself and Vicky with respect to what is the amount of time that you will be giving to this module. And it is important that you emphasize on the global ASEAN and Indian context for the regulatory market push for low carbon development and energy efficiency. Using the help of all these slides, at least if that is the idea that is covered, that will be of significant importance. The second is the need for our stakeholders to understand development needs because they come from an area, especially material suppliers as well as technology providers, from performance point of view. So performance indicators, why it is important for them to move towards that if they have not yet made those moves. That tomorrow's development in India is certainly going to ask for these performance indicators and performance standards, and they will need to demonstrate that. So this is for them. This is to build that entire picture and scenario about how it affects them, why it is important to them. This also, I think, brings the story and makes it drives that little, if we can drive that little importance of the need and at first importance of R&D in this area. So while we have progress, well, but we still, I think, could do with a lot of research and development in this area. And some of the stakeholders do have some very robust research and development slides. So if you could actually even push that intention through, the very fact that India is a rising leader in this area, and you know how R&D can actually propel this entire effort much faster and in a much effective manner. So another thing, how to prepare, and we will run through. This is general for all the four presentations that I'm going to show you. So the material given has provided sources everywhere, as you can see at the bottom of the slide, as well as there are reference links given at the end of the presentation, and there are notes that are going to be handed over to you. So you would need time to go through all that material. Do visit the links if you can, so that you can scope out the relevant sections and actually go through, read the matter, because we've given bullet points, obviously, because this is the material you will need to present to a stakeholder. But it will be useful for you to read through some of this material also. And the second is that a good understanding on the statistics. We feel that you should, at least for this module, if there's a good understanding on statistics and timelines and years, various global and national bodies, institutional structures, at least a preparation. You may probably not talk much about it, but more than often we realize that in an engagement with stakeholders, they do tend to pick up this one or the other thing. And at that point, if you're not ready with that, either a statistic or a number or a stakeholder, or a global body or a multilateral body in terms of their present role or what they are doing, it might get into some discussions which may take away some more time of your training time. So that would really help you if you could actually just gain that overview for yourself and understand the roles, relevance, significance of all these organizations, bodies, how they impact the global policies, how the global policies impact national policies and regulations, and eventually how that impacts the ecosystem. I think that's a story that we are trying to cover through this first 1.2 module. I'm going to move on to the next one. This one I'm going to go with a little fast because this is more of an academic content. I feel this is more of educating the stakeholders in this field and telling them about the various concepts of net zero and net zero carbon that actually exist within the domain, within the professional domain. So this is something that we can also roll on faster, and many of you are already experts in this area. So we're just arming you with the content. That's it. I'm sure there is a very robust understanding of this content. So why is this important, and why reducing carbon emissions becomes important? Then the global commitments of net zero buildings. So far, what has happened, the race to net zero, what is C40 doing, what is AIA doing, what is REBA doing with respect to this. I'm sorry, I think the slides are a little messed up. Just give me a minute to reshare. I apologize, the presentation will start in midway. So coming back to for every module, you will see that you will always have abbreviations as well as you will always have the high-level objectives or goals of what that module is going to cover. So in this case, we will cover about the relationship of climate change and carbon footprint, the net zero carbon buildings, concepts and approaches, the building life cycle assessment, what it is, what is the global net zero building commitments. I'm sorry, we started directly on the fourth module. And finally, some case examples. We would highly encourage if you would like to bring in some case examples and you could run them by FICCI as well as GGGI if you want to include some more. We have brought a few so that we could actually begin this conversation. So we are drawing this understanding of climate change and carbon footprint once again. We're talking about the various understandings of what is a GWP, what are the various global warming potential of greenhouse gases. When we talk about net zero carbon and embodied carbon, what are we trying to talk about here? What is the metric in which it is talked about? What are the various terminologies in which it is talked about? And then the carbon impact, the global impact of the carbon emissions on the construction and the building industry, once again reiterating that fact. And then emissions and electricity consumption. So this is where for all the 5 countries, we're trying to show that in electricity consumption, what is the contribution of the building sector and in the building sector, which are the various sectors like industry, residential, commercial, and public services, what contributes substantially to energy consumption. So as you can see, of Cambodia, India, and all the other countries here, so that you can draw a comparison. Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam. And then finally, we come to net zero carbon buildings, its concepts and approaches. So the concept of net zero carbon building is not a new one. It is something that has been developed or that has been evolving over a period of time through academic research, research organizations, research bodies, through the markets also. The markets have also contributed to the development of the definition of net zero carbon buildings. And that is where we try to bring that holistic understanding, because sometimes we feel in the ecosystem or among stakeholders, one wants to adhere to this definition or the other wants to adhere to another definition. So we are trying to say what is net zero carbon and what's net zero carbon building. And then the definitions exist broadly, we know, under three buckets. One is what we call as cradle to gate, which is net zero carbon construction, as it is called globally. The net zero carbon, a lot of people refer to it towards operational energy. So if people are looking at net zero energy, they also sometimes loosely call it net zero carbon. So it is also talking about the operational energy. And then now, I think in the last decade, or at least 5 to 7 years, is where the industry and the markets are looking at net zero carbon as whole life cycle carbon, which means we are talking all the way from cradle to gate. And the idea is so that we can close the loop and make it a cradle to cradle story rather than just ending at cradle.
Minal, can you hear me?
Yes.
As it happens in all these programs, we are running almost an hour behind schedule. So I'll just request to accelerate. And
yes, I will. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't take a look at it.
Yeah, in about 10 minutes, yeah.
Done. And the levels of adoption of net zero carbon buildings. What are the various levels of adoption, as you can see that. And then what is a whole life cycle carbon approach? So a high level understanding of that. What is embodied carbon and operational carbon? And then what is building life cycle assessment? So whole life cycle assessment also includes for products, but we are going to talk about building. So what is whole life carbon, WLC as it is called, for a building, and what is the various building life cycle stages? There is this entire diagram, which the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors has very beautifully put out, and we've adopted that diagram here. So you can actually study this diagram and explain this. This is very important for both material suppliers as well as technology providers, especially because they become very instrumental in this initial production to operation stage. Then what are the various building life cycle stages? Life cycle assessment, what is the scope of LCA? So we also need to inform them that because sooner or later they will get life cycle assessments done towards their EPDs, what are the various scopes and that they are required to adhere to. Cradle to grade, cradle to practical completion, cradle to grade, cradle to cradle. With respect to them, this we're talking for a building, but for them as a product or provider, what could be their scope of LCA? Here it's explaining the same with a diagram. What is WLCA? And then what is a methodology? A very high level methodology is given so they understand that if they want to undertake, of course, much more detailed understanding is required, but a high level methodology is required. This is talking about reducing carbon emissions and way forward for buildings. What is the global commitments towards net zero buildings done by various bodies across the world? And some case examples. So we've tried to bring some case examples from India and then some case examples from the US and UK. And then some lead examples across various countries. I'll move on to the third presentation, which is the building codes. So this is talking about building energy codes and regulations. This also becomes important to them because their performance drivers, their performance indicators are actually driven by these building energy codes and regulations. I would like to point out that in most of the presentation, wherever relevant, you will always see abbreviation. So it would be important for you to go through them and keep them handy when you are actually training, so that when you are talking on every slide, sometimes you may need to talk about the entire full form of an abbreviation. So keep this. Module is the background of the policy enforcement. This is for India, but just to let you know, we've done this across for all the 5 countries. So the background of the development of their building energy code, energy efficiency code and policy. In this module, we have very specific to India. We are talking about the Energy Conservation Building Code of India, institutional structures for ECBC, what is the relevance and impact of ECBC, what are the various ECBC strategies for applicable building systems, the standards and labeling for appliances, and finally, we've talked a little bit about rating systems, that is GREEDA, which is our national rating system. So this is something I'm just going to run through because I'm sure we're all ECBC master trainers out here in the room, and you're very well versed with this material. So here it is. I'm just running through the slides.
Yeah, Minal, you can now really speed up and quickly show probably the slides and just only very briefly talk about the content together.
Yes. So the last thing that I would like to say on this module is for them to let them know what is their performance requirement across technologies or building materials. So what are the U values, R values, or CFPs, or LPDs, or what is their performance requirement, so that they understand that this is driven by codes also now in the country. Some examples of how ECBC building, rated buildings, how they have performed across, what is the standards and labeling program, and finally about the. And the last one is about carbon markets. I'll just focus on it. So this is a general understanding of carbon markets across the 5 countries. There is some information that is India specific, but much of it is about across the country. What this module talks about is what are carbon markets and key milestones, Article 6, and its relationship to NDCs, what are the various types of carbon markets, the carbon pricing instruments, carbon taxation and carbon credit trading, the CDM standards and MRPs, and finally government initiatives for carbon trading. This is countries. Introduction to carbon market. What were the key milestones? How were carbon markets evolved? Its relation to Article 6, the Paris Agreement. How it supports the carbon markets, Article 6. The compliance, the types of markets which are compliance and voluntary markets. What is carbon pricing? This becomes important because when they will start talking about financial components and financial aspects, and anyways, I think carbon markets is something that everybody is hearing about, but are curious about what it is. So you may want to run through a general understanding about this. What's the various carbon trading instruments? This is also very interesting and important for them to know. Carbon taxation, this is very important for material and technology providers, material suppliers, because they get impacted by this. And then what is carbon credit trading? Generally, in a general way, what is carbon credit trading? What are the various CDMs, carbon development mechanisms? What are the government initiatives that have been taken across the various countries, across all the countries that are there? We could talk India specific, and if you find a particular country interesting, we could talk about that. So that was express speed completion. So we've completed at least the first 4 topics. Thank you. Urban, over to you.
Keeping that in view, I think you have done a good job of showing them the volume of material which is there and some tips on how to take it forward when they are doing this. And that was very important, Minal. Yes, you mentioned that usually people skip the abbreviations, don't bother about it. Okay. But since I think policy is not everybody's domain, if you are taking this topic, you have participants who will be asking you what a particular thing means, a particular thing which appears on a slide, and if you are found wanting, then sometimes it people lose interest or feel that the faculty is not prepared. So you are probably the references, we are also giving you a list of references along with this, and especially for these modules which Minal has taken, those references will become very important. You may have to do some extra reading so that when you're telling the story, it comes with some conviction. Yeah, fine.
I had a question. I mean, just one question over here. We have got an overview of the structure of this training program, but in the context of India, what has happened if we look about the town classes that we are having, tier 1, 2, 3, metros, tier 1, 2, 3, most of the 80% of the towns or cities are being taken care by two Government of India programs. One is the Smart City program and second is Amrit. How much we are syncing with the Smart City and Amrit programs, because the ULBs who are actually involved in these programs to be implemented in their own towns and cities, they are synchronizing with those Smart City standards and initiatives and the Amrit. Now this thing is coming up as an energy efficiency initiative. How much we are syncing to that? Number one. Number two, the focus is more into the greenfield space, less on the brownfield. So redevelopment, retrofitting is not being taken care of much. In that case, when we're talking about new buildings which are coming up, there hasn't been any mention of landscaping, aquascaping, greenscaping, which become integral part of today's intelligent green buildings, which helps in lowering the carbon emission. And third thing is, whatever infrastructure that we talk about, at the end of the day, it's the human resource, the human interface, which actually brings down the carbon emission as such. In that case, we didn't mention anything about the attitudinal part, behavioral part, in terms of human intervention. Your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Yeah, it was a long question. The points you raised are quite valid. Possibly, when we have, I'll allow Minal to respond to it quickly. But your question is so vast that possibly later in the evening, once we have gone through all the other modules, today, right now, what we have covered is something which is related to policy, regulations, energy scenario, etc. Once we come to the issues which I'm going to discuss in the remaining modules, I think we will revisit your question. But in the meantime, since Minal has some engagements in the afternoon and may not be able to join, I'll request Minal to quickly respond to this particular question.
So, as far as your mention of smart cities, etc., is concerned, there is, we did fly by those slides, but there, amongst the various missions, we have talked about the smart city mission and what happens under that, and the needs and requirements, and the various adherences that are required for the smart city mission. So, there is a mention of that. Now, the way we would like to respond to this is, it's absolutely right and it's absolutely valid. And depending on the geographical location where this training is being held, we will have to, I think, customize the emphasis on a program versus another, or multiple programs at center level or individual towns and tier 2, tier 3 city levels. And that is, I think, the flavor that we are looking forward to have our master trainers bring with the training. We will only endeavor to support you with some very objective data and facts. However, the point of views are wanting to be brought from you because you are extremely experienced in this subject matter in area, and you definitely have this expertise available with you. So there is some references there where if you would like to pick upon those points and elaborate further, you can take that story further. It's about how you want to read that story in the geographical location you are taking the train. So there is some references there. And the rest, I think, like Parman said, maybe later in the day, once we finish everything, once we go address it, we can take it.
Just a brief question. Generally, the data is updated till when?
Edmund, you want me to get that?
Yeah, Minal, you can answer.
Okay. So I think we handed over in November. Parman can put it out more correctly. So a lot of statistics is updated until, like, let's say the news kind of statistics is updated until September, October of 2024, or maybe some bits of November too. However, much of the data is taken from published reports. So the published reports that are available until then. So if a report, a published report is available for 2024, that has been referred to. Otherwise, a 2023 or a 2022 published report has been taken from where all the statistics and data has been referenced.
It's particularly related to the net zero slides you were discussing. And when we were explaining the concept of net zero, we discussed about different type of modules. And later when we tried to define it, so what are we supposed to ask about this is because after the net zero commitment of 2070 has been announced, there are a lot of discussions going on in the industry. So whenever we try to coin some definition, there should be, it should have more clarity. And would you mind going back to the slide 23 or something? There I could see that we have taken the UKGBC reference and we tried to adopt the same method, right? And when we tried to point out the cradle to gate and cradle to cradle methods, I would also see another module of A0. So I just wanted to confirm, is it really something that we are going to take further, or is it a complex question like we can take it later? It's purely technical. That's why I'm not sure how the audience would be interested.
Yeah, Minal, without going back to the slides, since time is short, you can just briefly reply.
I would definitely we would encourage such kind of technical questions to be taken at a different forum. I would request Vicky to allow us to interact more freely because we are on a very tight timeline. And maybe that would be the right place to address why we have taken what we have taken as a whole life carbon assessment and A025 and so on and so forth. So for a better understanding of what you're trying to ask and so that we can reply back appropriately, I think we should schedule a different kind of time. Yes.
Yes. So see, the concept here we have tried to give is net zero energy and net zero carbon. Both have two different contexts, right? But as we said, this is a training material. This was a reference material. It is left to the trainers to give the perspective of their own in the context of India to the participants. So you are open to define what exactly you are trying to convey to the people. So nothing is binding here. So this is just a booklet. But if the net zero context is there, what extent you are going to convey to the participants, that's up to you. So please go through that, whether you bring the international things which we are mentioning, or it is something which India is trying to develop that you want to mention. So that's up to the trainers who can go through that. Okay.
Sir, namaskar. Kaushal this side from Sustainable Services. So basically, when we are, our main goal is to achieve low carbon transition in building. So the key element will be embodied energy.
True.
If the calculation of embodied energy is clear or very precise, then I think this particular achievement can be done. But
in terms of embodied energy calculation, we need to pitch somewhere in the industries, and we need to have a standard protocol which may help us to develop a kind of calculation of embodied energy of different components, maybe electrical, mechanical, or any material. Because these fundamentals of buildings net zero, or I think last slide in last presentation there was like, for example, solar passive design, envelope and energy consumption, adaptive thermal comfort, concept of these are all side product or substitute components when we design a sustainable building. So ultimate goal is to achieve, I think, low carbon emission or decarbonization. So when we are developing a tool which will ultimately give a calculation in terms of carbon, so how this embodied energy is targeted?
So I understood your point. Very good. So here what you have seen is an overview. The point part, the embodied carbon estimation part, I think whether you are there in the earlier when I said the entire thing, whether there or not. But the point, we are coming out with this low carbon building assessment tool that is already there. Your point is valid in one sense that you are trying that unless the methodology, the estimation methodology is known to the industry people, or the manufacturing processes and everything is adopted so that the low carbon material will come out, then how it is going to happen. So these are being covered in other detailed modules which are coming up. So it is just to give the broad understanding to the candidate, because you see FICCI, what is the target group here? Building manufacturers. But we cannot just simply start the training program just to go into the tool. They cannot understand everything. So what certain slides or certain modules are there which are common for every group. They need to understand what is what. Then we'll go into the deep. Okay. Any other? Otherwise our stomach is empty. We can break for lunch, right?
I think there is no more questions. I just thanks once again to our speakers, Mr. R. Parman and Meena Madam, for taking the session. Just a small announcement. The next session we will taking after the lunch. We are postponing it since the lunch time is there. So we are serving the lunch at third floor upstairs from here. So just join us for the lunch, and we'll reassemble here. It's now 1:30, so we'll assemble by 2:30 here, and we start with the next session.
2:30, I would request that to, sorry, if we can squeeze it to 45 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but
2:15,
yes,
2:15.
not earlier than 25 minutes, but not 45 minutes, not later than 1 hour.
Okay.
Garnagji,
Thank you.
Thank you,
Minal, you are also invited for lunch.
Garnagji, one point would like to add. Paramanji, one point I would like to add. These questions we are otherwise taking as a part of our feedback. So any inputs regarding which need to be, we request all the master trainers, they can put it in the feedback form so that we will have those input. We will prepare suitable answers for those questions, and we'll be replying to all as a part of the ongoing journey. So whatever questions we are giving here may not be answered fully, but will be taken care of. But please raise those questions post-noon sessions also.
Yeah. Agree,
Once again, I request the lunch is being served on the third floor upstairs from here.
Okay, thank you, Minal.
You may proceed to the staircase. Our people will be there to guide you. Thank you. Good afternoon to once again to all of you, and welcome to this most difficult session after the lunch. As discussed, we'll be continuing with our the session which we have postponed after the lunch, fundamental building energy efficiency. We have with us Mr. Shirish Deshpande, Director of Energetic Consulting Private Limited, supported by the Mr. R. Parman, Director, Devki Energy. May I request our speaker, sir, to please come on the rise. To introduce Mr. Shirish Deshpande, he is the Director of Energetic Consulting Private Limited. He was the building energy efficiency expert for the ALCBT training module development. He is a chemical engineer with over 34 years of experience. He is a certified energy auditor, lead accredited professional, certified measurement and verification professional, GRIHA evaluator and trainer, ECBC master trainer, certified design chartered conductor, and Greenco assessor. He brings with him a lot of experience in the building sector. With this, I request our speakers to please take on from here. Over to Parman sir and Sirish sir. If you can, from there you can also present if you whatever feel you comfortable. Okay.
Good afternoon. Now, as you know, we are really behind in the schedule, and finally we have to close at 5, and there are a lot of things to go through. The first, and yes, always as it happens in Delhi, the inaugural goes a little extends, and then serially we fall behind time. So actually, this session should have been over before lunch, but now we are taking it up now. So we really have to hurry. So once again, I would say that right now what we are doing is just showing you the stuff which is there. Okay, you can read up and get back to us on your queries, deficiencies, shortfalls, improvements which may have to be done in this. As Garnaik ji has been constantly saying, this is just the starting reference material, and we are expecting inputs from you. Okay, and the full flexibility that you bring in more material into it, all that is there. So now, to speed up, unlike the speaker presenting, what I'll do is that Shirish has something to say on these modules. So I'll keep on changing the slides. Okay. Okay. So at least I want to know the expanse of the stuff which is there. Okay. We really can't get into discussions on each and every slide and what is there and not there and all that kind of thing. Okay. That we can do it differently. But whatever he has to say on how you should prepare for this presentation, okay, and how you should be targeting the specific stakeholders who are relevant to FICCI. Again, I repeat, the building material manufacturers and the technology solution providers. Okay, so these are two target groups for FICCI. So constantly, when you are referring to this material later, and if you intend to be a master trainer for FICCI, you have to keep these two constituencies in mind. Okay, and it is not that all the slides which are there will be presented. So maybe for the building metal manufacturers on the policy front, we may pick up 10 slides and make a presentation. Okay, we may give more importance to embodied carbon. Okay, less importance to sustainable procurement, whatever it is. Okay, because the kind of programs that FICCI is targeting is a one-day program for both these stakeholders. Okay, so in one day, if you look at the total program material, if you want to comfortably cover it, it will take about 3 to 4 days. Okay. So finally, it will be a truncated version which will be going, but making sure that the person gets sufficient overview of policy and other domains which he should keep in mind when he is taking decisions in his own experience. So okay, so like government officials are being handled by ASCII. Okay, so the government official also, he is more concerned about the policy aspects which are discussed here, but at the same time, certain technological issues, certain things with the energy should be at the back of his mind, so that the decision making becomes more proactively in favor of net zero. That's the objective. Okay. So Shirish Deshpande, chemical engineer converted to buildings. Okay, more than a decade he has been spending in buildings. And one big advantage of Shirish has, first thing is a chemical engineer. Chemical engineers are most suited for energy analysis. Okay, because they go into depths, unlike the other guys who do other branches. Secondly, he was in industrial energy audits, and industrial energy audits are a lot more complex than building energy audits. Okay, No offense to the architects here. You guys are looking at the other aspects which are complicated. But once you look at the energy, we energy auditors always feel it's a much simpler kind of a thing. Okay. So he brings in that detailed industrial view into building energy audits, okay, which often throws up new innovative ideas for tackling and providing solutions. So I'll get Shirish to get started. Now here 2.1 Minal has already covered, okay, the net zero thing. 2.2 onwards, we are moving towards the architecture issues. And since when Girish and Pushpendra showed me in a virtual meeting that the organizations which are participating in the master trainers coming over, I think a fair number of you are basically coming from the buildings background. Okay, so we really can move fast. So Shirish will be talking. I'll keep moving the slides, not in synchronism with what he is talking. So both will go happen together. And since I know very little about buildings, I'll do it really fast. Because when you know something, you're tempted to speak. That's why I'm not allowing him to make the presentation himself. Okay. So let's get started. And the objective is that we should be closing at 5 because people have got flights to catch and all that. So it should not be extending beyond that. Fine, Shirish.
Yeah. I think, Parman, you have already made them enough aware and awaken after a good lunch. So, good afternoon, everybody. As everybody has been trying to tell you time and again, this is not just about ECBC or something. This is all about building energy science plus net zero. So net zero is a different ballgame, and we need to have a lot of this thing. So now this presentation or session on now module 2 is like going into flashback. So we started with net zero first, and now we are going back to adaptive thermal comfort fundamentals. So this is what we will be covering here. Will be mostly about the dynamics of heat generation, then significance of the air movement within this thing, then interaction between building and human interaction. Then there would be relevant standards like ASHRAE and other stuff. And then there are IMAC and other models which are ASHRAE 55, like adaptive thermal comfort. So if we want to really work on bringing energy consumption down of a building, then not just the conventional air conditioning will work all the time. So we'll have to work on this adaptive thermal comfort. So this is the essence what we'll have to tell to our target audience. Then the thermal properties of materials will come into picture, and then there will be some basics of building physics also will be addressed in this. So this in nutshell will be a module which will talk about all aspects in terms of building physics, human requirement of thermal comfort and visual comfort, and the materials what we are using for that. Then there will be building materials and fenestration which will provide us this kind of thermal comfort. So slides per month which is running, will have all this data available and how that interaction will happen in conductive, convective or radiative mode, and how do we deal with that. So all that stuff is mentioned over there. You are slow. So I want see that's what I'm saying. So this is all there. What I want to emphasize, see, because if you try to tell all these things in detail to a cement or aluminum manufacturing industry person, they won't be interested. Right? What point I'm trying to tell you is because we have to look at, see, this is module, these modules have been prepared for 3-day training program, 2-day training program, and 1 day. So if we are capsuling it for 1 day, then all this stuff, if we keep even just reading slide by slide, it will take a couple of days. That's not the idea. So here we will have to capsulize it and drive our point.
So 2.2b can be put.
2.2c, 2.2b we have covered. See, it is continuation of 2.8. Okay. So let's go to 2.c.
Okay, 2.2c.
Yeah, so here then we graduate to next level of solar passive design, then strategies. So then here some architectural understanding of building massing, orientation and other stuff will come. And then we will also talk about various climates and how do we respond to various climates within India and outside. And then we will also speak about the building envelope and solar shading and related strategies. So windrows diagrams, then solar radiation models, data available, then how to do climate analysis. So here we have given you an example of New Delhi. Then we come to the taken a case study of Nompe, which is from Cambodia, and how precipitation and other climate analysis goes into this. Daylight factor, daylight autonomy, then how spacing of windows work, sizing, placement, and some of the case studies of building practices. Then we are also touching natural ventilation. See, in larger cities now, placing natural ventilation and relying totally on that is becoming difficult because of the pollution. So mechanically aided ventilation is there. So we will also touch right from the ceiling fans to the blowers. And in the probably in the new NBC, we are also talking about having forced exhaust as well as forced ventilation in high-rise buildings, where you can't really open the windows if your building is 40 or 60 stories. So something like that. Then we have these wall roof insulation materials, their strategies. So here again, depending on our target audience, we will have to take up some of these slides and move ahead, and then also need to add some of them. So this is there. Then we go to next module.
2.3.
Yes. So now from here onwards, this is starting getting into the groove where we are talk about understanding of embodied carbon within the building. So where we will also speak about the importance, then key materials driving the embodied carbon, then calculating embodied carbon, and then strategies and regulations and case examples. So here if you will see about whole life carbon, so various definitions in the pre-lunch section we were talking about what exactly we need to try and tell the participants. So here we have given them some of the explanations and what are the life cycles and what is the embodied carbon at what stage of manufacturing as well as the building life cycle it goes. So we are trying to slowly build upon the work towards LCA, which are the next modules which will come. So here we have given an example of say steel industry or fire clay brick manufacturing. But similarly, we will also have to deal with major materials like glass, aluminum within the building. So here again we are touching LCA briefly, and in another module, in the module 4, we will also touch for the LCA tools and other stuff. See, for this module, especially on embodied carbon, whatever list of reference you will get as well as the speaker's notes you will get, you will have to really go through them thoroughly and be prepared yourself. So these are some of the case examples mentioned. Next.
Yeah, we can move to 2.4.
So 2.4 A and B, these are related to your operational energy in building services, especially where lot of operational carbon happens. So how do we deal with that? Next, please. So here we are talking about the HVAC and lighting, its basics. Then the commonly used systems for all these systems. And again, the reference material we are taking here in context with India is ASHRAE as well as ECBC 2017. And then Energy Star rating for appliances as well as for the buildings when we are talking about in context of our system. So again, for material manufacturers, there will be not all of these would be required, but yes, for other training programs or the other modules which will be conducted elsewhere, all this material becomes relevant in terms of reducing your understanding your operational energy and then reducing it.
For technology solution providers, this would be important anyway.
Yes. See, because where we are heading as a technology service provider, see, before screw chillers came into picture, people were very happy to have reciprocating chillers where CO, this thing, specific energy consumption of 1.2, 1.3 kilowatt per ton was there. Then suddenly when screw chillers came into operation, we started talking about 0.7, 0.6 kilowatt per TR. Then centrifugal chiller 0.55 kilowatt per TR. Then now we talk about your the new age compressors where we talk about 0.4 kilowatt per TR. But then we need to understand there is a limit to which technology will go. We can't have something like 1 kilowatt, 0.1 kilowatt per TR coming from a refrigeration machine for sure, at least not in next 25 years. So this HVAC refrigeration system mechanism will reach to its super point maybe in next 20 years. But after that, what we will do is where we will decarbonization will come into picture. So when we have to size, when we'll have to look at, so climate we will have to keep looking and upgrading. So here these are our references from ECBC mainly for the plant room efficiency. So not just one single equipment which is important, but whole as a plant room, chiller, cooling tower, pumps, everything put together, how much we are consuming as a plant room. So if that is consuming at 0.9 kilowatt per TR whole as a plant room, then yes, we are talking about something not just super efficient ECBC compliant, but at least ECBC plus compliant. 0.24 or 0.22 kilo kW per kWr, which is a norm current ECBC says. Maybe in another couple of years, new ECBC will come, which will supersede against this. So then integrating with renewable is next challenge. So as per the current, yes, renewable energy will also consume energy. You can move to next present. But renewable energy currently, whatever is it getting offsetted, will be a solution. So currently we are trying to work out for one commercial building in Mumbai where they already have their windmills. So they are net zero with their own windmill. But since the building is consuming or utilizing that energy during daytime only, so nighttime generation of wind, utility is not allowing them to bank totally as per this thing. So what we are trying to now work on is giving a thermal storage solution. So in the night hours, we will generate chilling and morning peak cooling demand. I'm trying to reduce. So these kind of solutions are now available with technology as well as with the policies as well. If you have your demand charges at 150 rupees per kVA, this solution may not work, but at 400 rupees a kVA, it is workable. So these dynamics we need to understand and just pass on this. So here we have the refrigerant based cooling as well as adaptive cooling, what we are using. And now with these are the acceptable list of refrigerants which are coming and futuristic as well. So they are getting replaced. R123 is now getting replaced by the new this thing. So you can use your same old chiller which was consuming or using R123 refrigerant and convert it with the green. Only you have about 10% reduction in capacity, which then you don't have to change entire thing and spend say about crore of rupees on upgrading the system. And then we also have about not in kind of technologies which are again specific. Issue with this is they are all tailor-made and site-specific. This is something radiant cooling. This building in Nashik, the next slide, is this building is using that EPI just 26 kWh per meter square per annum, using a structural cooling. And the paper has been published and references are there. So, and developer has done this to showcase that to his potential customer. So all such case studies are important only to showcase this is there is a way possible. Next. So we have tried and captured a lot of such examples of hybrid cooling systems. Infosys is this thing. This is a school, and then all these entire thing is documented and posted there for school children to see. Because subconsciously also they will keep absorbing whatever has been written on that board day in, day out. This is again one project we had done of hybrid cooling using solar thermal concentrators and dehumidification for a public hospital. Tri-generation is another good area for the remote areas, so where you use electricity and this thing then use chilled water generated through VAM as well as hot water, so ideal for hotels, hospitals. So then we take it to the sustainable cooling, then HFOs, then natural refrigerants. So refrigerants like ammonia, which has a very high latent energy available, but then because of smell and then because of the potential hazard of leaking it and causing some damage to human life, they were not used. But now with more sensors available, better technologies are available, we can again start looking at ammonia as one of the refrigerants. Then we come to module 2.6, which is for planning and design of low carbon buildings. So here we are graduating. So if you see, we started from the concept of thermal comfort and slowly we are now coming or taking people to tools for planning and designing of low carbon buildings. So the building energy simulations, then we talk about daylight simulation, natural ventilation simulation, and some tools which are available like Vayu Prava, which can be used. They are also there. Then free simulation software. So here the basic point probably we would like to drive is the integrated design approach. To start with building envelope, then integrate that with the solar passive technologies, then put the best available or optimized solar active or energy active technologies, controls and achieve, and then try and balance that with the renewable energy. This is the point we need to drive. So these are the tools which will help us in optimizing our design. Simulations like softwares like Equest are freely available, but then they have limitations of designing complex systems. So for that, paid simulations are available like IES or Design Builder. We'll need to look at that. Then daylight analysis, CFD simulations. Then we have a case studies of Aranya Bhavan. So at target EPI at the start of design share rate was 77 kWh per meter square per annum, and we did long-term monitoring of this building for 15 days per season in summer and winter, and after 1 year we recorded or the model was 43 kWh per meter square per annum, much lower than that, and building is thermally comfortable. So this is how it could be done.
So 2.7 is already
2.7 we have already covered. So this is for Cambodia, and then it is done for all 5 countries as well. So this is in nutshell 11 modules which are giving us this thing. So this is what I called as a flashback. We started with net zero as 0.2.1 module, and then again we are now reaching to the same point, how to design these buildings.
So this is, I think, well done, Shirish. I think completing this in such a short time. Yes, I think a few questions are welcome. Maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we can move to the next one on the energy management.
No question. Post lunch session, no question.
Okay.
We can go to the
one comment is there.
Yes.
It's the whole course is just a cakewalk for energy auditor. Just the same. So I'm happy that I'll be qualifying very.
Fine. Happy to hear that.
I have a question.
Only thing is, after 40 years as energy auditor since I graduated, I am not so confident. Okay.
Well, I have a question. Nowadays, what has happened due to climate change and all, the water content which we are receiving in our land surface, basis the rainfall that we get, has increased. Now, water harvesting has been a concept which has been prevailing. We can also have overhead water, harvesting, which can help us in getting the water management system inside the building without using any energy. So these are creative thoughts or creative concepts which can also be used in terms of lowering the carbon content as such. So what about including these concepts which are prevailing across India, incident across India, which are already there? They can't be taken out. How can we incorporate them in the tool that we are providing now? Thank you.
As Karnagji has mentioned, we are open to suggestions, okay, on including whatever is there, which finally focuses on our final objective of decarbonization. Okay, so if the impact is good in whatever way, yes, it can be included. But if the impact is marginal and probably it falls into a much larger canvas of sustainability, okay, and is not so specific to this, then maybe not. So we can take a call. So all ideas are welcome, and as you go through it, whatever you feel can be added to this to improve the quality of the deliverable to the final stakeholders, you can think over and present it, but always look at the impact. And since the head of the water vertical is here, Karishma Bish, any comments offhand to what he is saying?
I think the suggestion is good. We have to look into when we will save the energy efficiency in the building. The water part can be looked into because when we are talking about net zero as a whole concept, then definitely we can look into the new ideas because it's also being made mandatory for new buildings to go for inter-harvesting of certain fire area meters. Different state laws are already there. So it can be integrated.
Right. Thank you. So most welcome. I think we can look at it.
So, yes, energy water nexus, that's an important point which we all know and should be incorporated. I will leave it to the master trainers to actually develop a case study, like with the rainwater harvesting, because of the additional availability of the water that will come from naturally, if that is reducing the pumping cost. So if that reducing is the pumping cost in whatever way with certain actual data and all, then we can eventually draw that the operational carbon content has been down because of the less reduction in the energy. So we can put the convincing factor in that way. I'm sure a lot of data would be definitely available, but it is good point. We'll definitely include it in the
I
session.
just try to read you over here. I'm not just referring rainwater harvesting.
Okay.
Overhead.
Overheading.
Overhead
Okay.
rainwater harvesting is different from
The
surface
ground,
harvesting.
yeah, got
And
it.
second is waste to use. Wastewater, municipal wastewater can be used for our cooling,
Correct.
consumption also.
Correct. So these are some of the innovative things, very low cost innovations, low cost interventions. With some case situation, if you can draw these things and put it to the trainees, that would be great.
See, I would like to just add one good case study what Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation has done. There are a lot of data centers which have come in Navi Mumbai area, and these buildings again don't have much of human beings. Hardly find it. 100 people work there in a 12 megawatt, 15 megawatt data center. So they can't use because they don't get water enough, which is this thing, and their cooling water requirement is huge. So Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation is giving them treated wastewater at their doorstep because they have CETPs, and what to do with those CETPs is also an issue. Plus, in Navi Mumbai, large commercial residential complexes also have a STP, which is mandatory for them. So all that now that water they are putting up some lines in certain areas where data centers are located, and they are trying to give it. So these changes are coming. So always there would be If the need is there, then people are trying to find out a way. But then this is something which is a good point which should include.
Yeah, so the technology provider part, solution provider, which is one of the target groups under this program, sir. If you see the innovative cooling solutions, whatever has been shown in the slide is just to assess the energy performance of the chiller system or the centralized air conditioning system, etc., etc. But there are new innovative ideas in the cooling system as well in the building sector that you may also think of. For example, the thermal storage system. The thermal storage system is something you are generating the ice bank during the daytime when there is a availability of the solar power in the grid during the period of 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So this the ice banks are generated or stored during that time, and you use this ice bank during the peak period, maybe in the afternoon, maybe in the evening, when there is not availability of the when you are supposed to take the electricity for your cooling purpose from the grid. So you cut from the grid and take this cooling which is already stored already during the daytime. These are some of the innovative things. If you are at all interested, apart from this training program part, we want to try this model in a business model case in 5 buildings to see whether the cost economics are prevailing or not. Number one. Number two, the concepts like tri-generation, where you are generating 3 things from a single source. So the single source is the natural gas. So you have a gas generator, which is generating the electricity, and from the exhaust gas, you take certain amount of that exhaust gas, which goes about 350, 400 degrees centigrade, and you use a vapor absorption system to produce the cooling. And part of that heat will also go for a heating purpose. So you generate electricity, you generate heating, you generate cooling. But technically it is feasible. So your overall efficiency goes up to 80-85% system efficiency, and you take lesser electricity from the grid because you use the waste heat to produce the cooling. We did this project. I was involved in that project design with Mahindra and Mahindra in 2018. That was in Mumbai. So yes, so that was interesting how the 100 TR was created or generated from the waste heat. So this is reducing the cooling thing. So those are, and where these 3 things are applicable: hospitals, hotels, or some of the shopping malls where the 3 things are simultaneously needed. So you can think of that. That may not be applicable for office buildings, large office buildings, where it is only for 12 hours, and you don't need heating there. So you have to think in this way, and we have to produce some of our experiences, case studies, just to throw that in. So idea here is that the technology solution provider, what could be the best possible technology solutions in the building sector, particularly pertaining to the cooling, that can come in the building sector. We need to see that. So please see, and the kind of interventions, I am not an expert in the AI, the artificial intelligence part which people are talking about. So I don't know how that can be utilized and all. What we want to actually intervene in this particular area, cooling, if you just see it here, how to actually establish the baseline, number one, and after the intervention, how this measurement can be done with the acceptable methodology, which sir was telling during the lunch time to me. This is called the performance monitoring performance and measurement verification protocol, right? So that protocol has to be defined, because on that basis, at the end of the day, any solution user bring into the picture, it requires investment. Who is going to put money? The building owner is going to put money, or any service provider is going to put money. And if I am a service provider, which is the basic concept of this entire thing, that's the ESCO, whether you call it as a ESCO or a service provider. So cooling as a service, that concept has to be brought. So if I am putting my money has to, my investment has to come back to me. So I need a business model. Then only your implementation can go. A lot of things we have learned. I think we have done a lot of works. Everyone has done in the theoretical side, doing some energy audit, preparing some report, and doesn't have any meaning unless otherwise it becomes a business case. So business case is extremely important, because that is then we are linking into the banks. the S coach who sees that this is a business model, it will go to they will do the investment. The investment will be taken as a lending, as a loan from the bank. So we are also tying up with the bank. We are not talking here, but under this project, that is also one of the major things. All these things are, in totality, this is called as a taxonomy. So this taxonomy concept is going to be developed under this. So whatever has been shown, it is just a reference, as I again and again saying. Please try to bring any other cooling technology solution which you think should be done in India. The way he said a couple of things in the water. So similarly, other things, it is wide open. You can bring those things, discuss with the trainees, discuss with the participants, and make it as a course interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Hi. I'm Akshay Pahade. I have just 2 points to
Sure.
bring out.
Please.
One is, in this entire module, the concept of right sizing of equipment should also be a little highlighted. Although it is getting covered in the way we are describing things, but maybe with some example or some goal statements that a project team can take. Because right sizing of equipment, if not taken at the design stage, then the owner is left with a
Yes.
oversized system, and it just doesn't then work. Especially in case of the same STP example, if we are on one hand asking them to put a STP and on the other hand asking them to address water efficiency, by low fixtures and all that, the water demand available for the STP is going
Yes.
to reduce significantly, and
Yes.
that impacts the sizing. So how these balances can be done, and this translate into cost savings. So this understanding should also really be part of.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Whether the glass is half full or half empty, that needs to be seen. Right sizing of the equipment, anything which is using any form of energy is extremely important. What you
And
said.
second point I wanted to bring is the choice of technology also, because we are always getting to see that in many projects, especially commercial ones, the conventional chilled water system gets compared with VRF. In terms of energy efficiency, we all know that chilled water systems are really efficient and all that. But there have been some instances where the claims have been made by VRF manufacturers that our systems are really less carbon intensive as compared to the conventional, because we use less metals and so on and so forth. So this unless and until it is really established, and because our Indian market, the general practice has shifted from conventional chilled water systems to VRF extensively, but nobody is really bringing this topic forward. So I mean, as a forum of experts, if we can really do something about it.
Okay, so thanks for your suggestion. Experts are here. I'm not, into that aspect. Have to put some heads to that. But any quick comment from your side? Otherwise, we can go to the next.
So there is one more
Yes,
addition
please.
which I add on to this. Like we need to also change our way of designing the building. We are already talking about passive architecture and everything, but in terms of, we know we are going for a low carbon building transition. So the structural designing and the HVAC, or I will say MEP consultants, well taken care about the operational. They know how to use the efficient systems and everything, but taking care of embodied carbon on the MEP building services industry. And structural engineers need to change their practice. While designing the building, they need to look for the greener steel and how to reduce the embodied carbon in the structural design part. So in terms of water, what we are talking about, when we are designing the STPs, when we are designing any water structures, then also we need to reduce. So because here
Okay,
we are focusing
got it.
about low carbon.
Right.
So the way we need to change the things.
Yeah. So I think whether it has, I have to see clearly whether we have included that as a module content for the architects. We have a separate one which is being dealt by CII, not by FICCI. But yes, well taken, and it is also necessary. Very very good point. Yes, sir.
Just to share a
Sir.
thought on the point which you have raised,
Sir.
intervention of AI in the systems that we're talking about, it's in the area of optimization.
Optimization.
AI can take an intelligent decision that can help in decision making, which will help us in optimizing the realizations. So our objective is to lower the carbon content. So how we can do that thing optimally is where AI can.
AI can.
And you referred about the business models. That's something wherein something as a service needs to have a scale. And that scale can happen in a modeled way, concept way, if you are developing townships. So Mahindra townships coming up or something of that sort can implement those concepts as service. And definitely we have to talk about this big smart city, which is the first greenfield smart city India has developed post 2000. It has cooling towers. Now cooling towers, I mean centralized cooling is over there, and that can be developed as a service. So these models are there. The only thing is scaling it, optimizing it, and making it sustainable, so that we can have a successful business model.
Absolutely. Fully agree with this point. Yes, sir.
Sir, actually, we have long been into the that era of CBAM or something. Means the developed countries, European Union, they are asking for more carbon consciousness from the suppliers, like Asian countries. So in this scenario, when we are going to address building material manufacturer, so I think this case should be more appropriate. So we have to reduce carbon in our production as well as so that's a simultaneous operation. Means the intent would be much more focused when in the era of CBAM.
Yes, CBAM, I think you all may be knowing the kind of new regulation which has been put by European Union to have a minimum carbon content in the products which are to be imported or dumped or sold in the European market. So this will actually attract a larger tax. So that means the cost of the equipment, cost of the product that will go up. So it will actually hamper to your business competitiveness. So in that way, which are those? There are 6 sectors which have been taken so far. Iron and steel, cement, fertilizer, then another is chemicals, and then some power distribution sector. So, but if you see the industry part which is more related to building one, iron and steel, cement, these are most important ones which will be coming into the CBAM purview very, very soon. Although Government of India is not in the favor of CBAM because of the various reasons, the important reason which is being said is that it is unilaterally fixed. And it also says that the manufacturer, the producer, has to declare some of the data which are actually very confidential and which actually impact to the business. So India, so from the ministry side, I know what is happening there. So this is the point which is being told, that there is a need for further deliberation on the CBAM part. So India is not in favor of CBAM as of now. But going into the overall context, from the environment point of view, it is required. And you have to reduce it. Now coming to the repercussion, how the industry will actually be possible to do that, how they will be ready. 2 things, sir, importantly, our industry will need time. They cannot overnight jump into the kind of manufacturing they are doing into the other manufacturing, the low carbon manufacturing. They have to substantially change the production methodology, processes, etc., etc. Probably the CBAM and all these things, this is a game changer in the context that you have to use more and more green hydrogen. If you use the conventional coal or the oil for your major energy project, this is impossible to achieve. So this is a kind of market generation for the green hydrogen, for which the green hydrogen mission is there. So as I am deeply into this particular deliberations in many forums and committees and all, so what I see, our industry will need some time to do that, number 1. Second, where is the money? Even if industry will be given 10 years, 5 years time to do this, change into from one system to the other, it will require huge investment. So it has to be linked with some kind of incentive. You must have heard about the PLI scheme, the production linked incentive. It is beautiful for the solar manufacturers and all. So that kind of scheme, innovative incentive schemes are there up to comply to those numbers. So that how this industry will actually going to change it. My personal observation is this kind of things can be thought of greenfield manufacturing or processes or the industries which are coming up. Imposing it to the existing industry would be difficult. It is my personal observation. I have what I have thought. But if the new cement industries are coming up, new glass manufacturing industries are coming up, new iron and steel industry, probably they can think of new manufacturing process, even if that is a more investments are required. So CBAM is a tricky issue as of now, but good that you raised this point.
Thank you, Garnaik.
Thanks.
Thank you for your deep insight. So this whole issue is quite complex. There are a lot of linkages. All of it obviously would not be explored in this program, but yes, it is this complexity through which we have to wade through and eventually deliver something by which some movement happens in the low carbon side.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. And before you leave, we just request my colleague Ishu to hand over a token of appreciation on behalf of participant 50 to you. Ishu, just a few seconds will take. Permit you to keep waiting for us.
Don't do multiple, no multiple mementos, is it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have the next session on building energy management. Joining Mr. Rumi Engineer, consultant from Mumbai. He'll be joining us online, supported by the Parman sir. Gesari sir will take on the here. Okay. Thank you. So I just introduced Mr. Rumi Engineer. He is an independent consultant for energy conservation in Indian industries and building. He was a senior advisor for the LCBT training module development project. He brings with him over 40 years of experience. He is a certified energy manager, lead accredited professional, ECPC master trainer, and CII Greenco assessor. With this, I hand it over to Siddhi sir and Rumi Engineer sir. Okay, over to you.
Thank you.
Yes, Rumi Engineer. I've been working with him on many of his projects since 1999. So somehow in this field of energy, water efficiency and all that, somehow we start working with people and we become friends for life. Okay. So he, as Pushpendra mentioned, is a long experience. He's basically an electrical engineer. He was the senior general manager at Godrej, looking after, he was in operations, maintenance, project management, and halfway through his career, he was put in charge of energy conservation. And probably, I think, if I'm not wrong, Rumi Engineer may be the first designated energy manager in any company in India. Godrej and Boyce was the first company to formally appoint an energy manager, and he was the person. Later on, even after he left Godrej, he was involved with Godrej, advising them on the green initiatives and all that. What he brings in is really the kind of inputs which a person who has implemented projects practically on the field. Many of us consultants, auditors, we keep gathering new ideas, keep peddling it. Okay, some of it works, some of it doesn't. But when it doesn't work, we are not really there to understand the micro aspects on why it didn't work. Rumi knows all that. So he brings in that practical viewpoint. Okay, like they say for the smart buildings, you should have a smart BMS. Okay, and you should have this kind of cooling, that kind of cooling. But what goes wrong when systems do not work the way they are supposed to be? That's the kind of perspective he'll bring. Again, since time is short, what I will do is that I'll repeat what we did in the previous session. I'll run through the slides on energy management and energy audit very, very quickly. And then I'll give the floor to Rumi to get his perspective. And then we'll move on to the next session. It is slide 3.1. No, sorry, the module 3.1. So this is understanding basics of energy management. And I just had my good friend telling me that this whole program is a cakewalk for energy auditors. So this will be a super fast cakewalk. Okay. Only we hope we don't slip into the cream. Okay, as we do it. Okay. So let's get started. details more. So we'll discuss some of the basics like, yeah. So here basically we'll be taking a quick look at classification of building types and energy use requirements, energy benchmarks, energy management approaches, building management and automation, and case examples. I'll really not be spending any time discussing this because these are pretty obvious things, especially for the constituency which is sitting over here. Okay. This is important because when you look at energy consumption building, especially commercial buildings, okay, as Garnack ji has mentioned, about 50 to 70% of the energy consumption in air-conditioned buildings would be accounted by HVAC. Okay, so here's a typical case. We are saying that okay, 52% is the energy consumption HVAC. Lighting can vary anything from 5% to 20%. Equipments, again, depending upon what kind of a commercial building it is, in this case, 26%. But now you look at what contributes to the air conditioning load, that is important. Okay. Now in this case, you can see the building envelope brings in 26% of the heat load into the HVAC system. Lighting brings a smaller component, the other equipments, etc. So this is the interface which probably energy auditors have to understand. I'm not very sure whether all energy auditors have gotten these details. Okay. They're always looking at making the HVAC system more efficient. Okay. But maybe once they get exposed to certain ideas which are there in module 2, okay, the energy auditors canvas also expands to seeing that whether they can suggest some retrofits in the buildings which can reduce the amount of heat which is coming to the building envelope, etc. A typical inventory analysis, all these things are okay, reasonably straightforward things. Okay, here we have picked up again from research paper an analysis which has been done for hot and dry climate, warm and humid, composite climate. Okay, composite climate, hot and dry, warm and humid, and cold. Okay. Now here again, there are certain controversies here. For example, both Pune and Nagpur are classified into the same region. Okay, composite. Okay. But if you look at anyone who's been to Pune and Nagpur, especially during summer, would know the difference. Okay. But these are some of the lacunae which still exist. So I was discussing with Shirish, who is more conversant with the buildings issues. He said in the ECBC thing, it has been put like that. There has been a lot of discussion, but it has not changed over the years. But it is there. So basically what we're trying to see is that irrespective of where the building is, okay, the building envelope is the major contributor to the load. And as it was mentioned, like embodied carbon, okay, architects probably have to push more aggressively with their clients. These concepts which they learned in school, since maybe even architects who passed out probably in the 1950s also learned passive solar architecture. But somehow clients never demanded it. Everyone forgets about it and it's business as usual. Okay. I think these days even buildings, they don't even make any walls these days. It's only columns and beams and glass. Okay. So essentially we're building solar cookers, okay, efficient solar cookers, and then we say we have put a 5-star air conditioning system to cool it. Okay, so that's not green for sure. Okay, so those concepts have to change. All of you understand that well. We have compiled the information which is available for the various benchmarks, energy performance indexes. The star rating thresholds as defined by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. Some cases numbers, some cases formulae. The basic principles of energy management. This is, let us spend 15 seconds on this. One thing which we have realized is often we energy auditors tend to focus too much on energy efficiency. Okay, energy, something being energy efficient does not really mean that you're using energy very well. Okay, the equipment is efficient. Okay, as I just mentioned, you have to look at the whole thing holistically. You can have a very efficient air conditioning system, but the heat load is spurious. Okay, so so same thing when you look at an efficient pump, an efficient electric motor. Okay, you have to see finally whatever work is being done, whether it is actual real work. Is it the minimal work which should be done, or are we overspending there? Okay, so having a very efficient car and having nothing to do and driving around Delhi twice a day makes no sense. Okay, that's what happens in most of these cases. So one of the things which I find missing is the absence of fans in air-conditioned rooms. Okay, if you provide ordinary ceiling fans, forget about 5-star and all that. Okay, just the ordinary ceiling fans, and insist that these fans will work, people will automatically reset the air conditioning temperature. Okay, or they'll kill the utility guy who's handling the building. Okay, so when you can get apparent cooling by movement of air around your body, why is it that we remove the fans and keep on demanding lower and lower temperatures? The amount of energy consumption all of us know is much higher in a refrigeration compressor compared to the humble ceiling fan. Lighting. Light shelves are almost missing in most things. Now, when I said people build buildings with just concrete columns and beams and glass with no walls, the only thing which is available is natural light. But such a huge amount of natural light is coming in that you put Venetian blinds, block the light, and in almost all commercial buildings throughout the day, electric lights are on. The glass is not allowed to get the light in. So here again, we have to look at designs. And I heard even probably Shirish told me that no, light shelves have to be part of the building design. It cannot be a retrofit. But since I'm new to buildings, I was looking at data. Suddenly, I found a picture which I put here. This is a light shelf retrofitted, okay, in a building. Okay. So there's no end to innovative solutions which can come in. Okay. So if there is too much amount of glass, at least use the natural light and try to minimize daytime electric lighting. Integration of renewable energy has become a regular practice with a lot of incentives being given by the government. But there are challenges here too. When you integrate, especially in smaller buildings, when you try to integrate renewable energy, often there are a lot of regulatory challenges. There are also certain challenges from the engineering viewpoint. We have a fair number of case examples here of where proven reduction in the EPI has taken place. This is one thing I would like to talk about because we frequently use this. In spite of all the information and knowledge we sometimes feel we have, often we are dependent on vendors to tell us what is good and bad. Okay. So somebody was talking about chillers right now, okay, air conditioning machines, etc. Often people make a statement, I removed my reciprocating chiller and put a more efficient screw chiller. Okay. I don't agree with that thing. Okay. In fact, many people believe that in a HVAC system, an air conditioning system, the most important component which impacts the energy consumption is the compressor, because that's what consumes the energy. But unfortunately, the compressor, whether it is reciprocating screw, scroll, or centrifugal, it really doesn't have much of control over how much energy is consumed. The energy consumption is decided by the surface area provided in the evaporator where the chilling takes place, and the surface area for heat transfer provided in the condenser where the heat rejection takes place. So with the same reciprocating compressor or whatever, you can get superb efficiencies. It's not the compressor which is the major thing, it is the heat transfer area. Okay. Put very simply, I love to say this example. If a young couple with a baby, they just return home after an outing and the baby is howling for milk, okay, and the milk has to be boiled and cooled quickly, okay, and the wife tells the husband cool it, okay, he'll probably take 2 glasses and start transferring one to another to cool it, okay, and the wife obviously would get irritated, take the glass away from him and put it in a white steel plate, and it cools in 2 seconds and the howling stops, okay. So more heat transfer area, better the efficiency of an air conditioning machine. And often, since we do not know what efficiencies can be achieved, we end up relying on the manufacturer's information. Yeah, 0.65 kilowatt per ton is good. Okay, no, 0.75 is good. And somebody comes and gives a ridiculous number of 0.1 kilowatt per ton. Okay, fine, get that machine. As Shirish mentioned, is it achievable? Okay.
So now there are tools, free tools available, which we have brought to your notice here for pumps, chillers, etc., where you can punch in your data and know what efficiency is really achievable. And these are good tools made by the Department of Energy USA based on the hydraulic standard for pumps. It's also available for fans. It's also available for chillers, not from the Department of Energy, but from the University of Denmark, okay, which has got a very good tool called CoolPad. These are not complete and doesn't answer all your questions, but yet if you use them, you can tell the guy that for this application, I want a chiller with 0.56 kilowatt per ton at full load. Okay, and there was a very good intervention which I think one of you in that second last row mentioned, that oversized chillers coming in, and okay, so that is our domain, the energy guys. Okay, now chillers will have to be selected, or a battery of chillers would have to be selected to take care of the peak load. Okay, the issue is buildings, or for that matter any process even in the industry, does not work at full load all the time. It demands full load during certain times, and then it's a partial load, day and night, summer and winter, monsoon. The loads are changing, occupancies are changing. Okay, so in that case, how do you deal with it? So you can today get chillers which have a better efficiency at part load than at full load, merely by varying the speed of the compressor. Okay, a simple technology, it has to be applied correctly. VRV, somebody mentioned VRV. Okay, yeah. So VRV is also that variable volume. So at part loads, you get a better efficiency. But again, one cannot just jump to the conclusion that okay, now variable speed chillers and all my problems in life are over. No. Again, there are a lot of nuances when you look at applications where you have to look into details. One cannot say it's a building, it's quite simple. Okay, okay, if it's a BPO where 24 hours a day it is occupied, it's a different story. Almost constant load throughout. But again, there are seasonal changes. All these things that were taken care of. So we'll be bringing attention to all those tools, etc. Yeah, you can go to 3.2a. They do. They do help, but I've also seen chillers with variable speed drives with horrible efficiencies. Okay, which I do not know why it is. Even today we are grappling with one problem, why it is happening like that. Okay, so application engineering is important. Okay, and leaving everything to the imagination of the vendor or even your designer. Okay, the HVAC designer who claims to know everything on earth can't be sure, because we have to apply our minds and make sure that we customize our equipment for our requirements and be convinced that the other guy is actually doing it well. Energy
Sir, I have a
audits.
doubt. Can I ask some question? Sir, you have mentioned about the ventilation of the house. It was really good as for me. And then you have mentioned about the slide, which was the energy management, where you have showed the about the solar panel, that the through the solar panel the you will get the direct energy from the sun, and it will be directly connected to a building energy, right? So instead of that, you can just store that energy and then you can use it. That will be much better, I guess.
It will be much. It
Like
will be,
instead of direct connection, you can put a power bank.
even we got it.
We'll go into that detail later. Probably it's a vast subject, but battery has a life and it has an efficiency which are a concern, and it increases your renewable energy project cost by double. So we'll just park this and then come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, no, we'll complete right here. Batteries are expensive, as we said. Okay, that is one thing. Second thing is, to store even a small quantity of energy, you require a huge volume of battery. Okay, you might have seen that to start a car, you have a battery. Okay, if you have a UPS of a reasonable size in your office, you'll find one big room full of batteries. So if you want to run a full building, yes, you can do it. It's expensive. And secondly, batteries, after 5 years, when you have to dispose it of, it's another environmental challenge which costs money now. That is why solar energy
the photovoltaics in India never worked till the government said you don't have to put batteries and you can connect it to the grid. Okay, and they told the electricity boards that come what may, you have to work out an arrangement and buy that energy when he doesn't want it. So you put it on your house, when you're using it fine, surplus energy the grid has to buy at a defined price. So the grid has now become the storage. Okay, electricity boards don't like it, but they were forced to do it. And now you find rooftops over rooftops having photovoltaic. Tomorrow, if the government says you have to put batteries, all this will go as junk. Yeah, I know that's some much more getting into a different ball game, etc. But again, the shortage of time. But just read a new news article 4 days ago. Some of the biggest companies which have invested in green. Let me just complete on what I was just saying. Some of the biggest companies which are invested in green hydrogen, not in India, globally, okay, are slowing down now because they are not able to get buyers who are able to give them a contract for a reasonable amount of time, let us say 5 years, 10 years, because the cost per meter cube or kg is very, very high. Yeah. Yeah, quick question and then we'll move on.
Question. Don't you feel that DI is more comprehensive in terms of the resource management than Star Rating? Because we have considered Star Rating. It not due to these issues, that's why we have considered that. Because merit basis, what I feel DI is much better.
Shirish will answer that. Yeah. And Shirish carries a gun with him, so be careful. Okay, let's move on to this thing. Energy audits, I'll really rush through it. This is what I've been doing all my life since I graduated. So a bit boring for me, but everybody knows what energy audit is. You go around with a lot of instruments, trying to measure, trying to understand how things are varying. You find many things are running at part load, you correct it, and hopefully give some savings. Okay. So you have preliminary energy audits, detailed energy audits, investment grade audits. Okay. Preliminary is just 1 day or 2 days you spend. You don't measure anything and you give some ideas. Detail you actually measure. Investment grade is where you actually get involved in the project to make the change. So very detailed reports are made. And I've also done another kind of an audit which I've not mentioned here. It is a talk-through audit. Okay. Somebody wanted free suggestions on the phone, so that also we have done. Okay. So we look at the high energy performing, the consuming equipment in all these buildings under various classifications, the typical scope of work, the kind of equipments which we study, all the energy intensive ones. These are just some proud photographs of audits in progress in India and outside. The instruments which we use. That holistic system thing we try to explain. If a pump is working, where exactly you find the losses, etc. Similarly, in a chiller, where exactly you find the losses. It's not in the compressor, it's elsewhere. HVAC systems, typical issues, including oversizing and all that. Lighting, typical issues. What goes into energy audit report. And the last one, next one is on HVAC, which is the single largest load in most buildings, which are air conditioned. It's to a 3.2B, yeah. So here we will be taking you to vapor compression systems. You not discuss the vapor absorption system. Yes, it can be added if required. The energy penalties during part load operation, the seasonal energy efficiency ratio, the software tools which are available to understand HVAC efficiencies, how to do the calculations, and also the measurements, case examples, and the new refrigerants, which is still a gray area because still whatever comes up as a solution and says, oh, this is the refrigerant for the future, within few months or couple of years, some research says that no, this impacts the groundwater quality and something like that, and again it is shelved. So it is still work in progress there. Okay. So central water systems, we will be discussing the basics of how it works, the compressors, part load operation, how for screw compressors, etc., how things vary. the COP issue, okay, seasonal energy efficiency ratio, the Indian SER for star rating of chillers, what kind of numbers are given. And in fact, if you look at the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, yeah, this is one thing I would like to say. ECBC code, like I have not been reading it very frequently because I'm more into industrial energy audits. And even when I do for buildings, don't get into that. We're more looking at equipments and all that. But even the ECBC code, we found that by and large, they're talking about installed kilowatt. They are not talking about working kilowatt. So that is very important point there. Okay, they say that for the chiller for this much, this kind of building and this much area, it should not be this much kilowatt for whatever. Okay, so similarly for pumping and everything, they're giving numbers installed. But that for energy auditor, we feel that does not make much sense. Actual working load and the efficiency at which is working is much more important. So we'll be showing you some brief about how to use this. Secondly is measurement. Okay, often people conclude that the chiller is efficient or inefficient based on some quick measurements on the display. Okay, but just again to clarify, how much the temperature drop across the chiller is hardly 3 or 4 degrees. Okay, and you're using two temperature measuring devices, inlet and outlet. This one is showing 12.1 and this is showing some 8.2. Okay, so you take the difference and say multiply it by the flow, this is the cooling. But both instruments can have errors. Okay. So suppose one instrument has a plus 0.1 error, okay, and the other one has got a minus 0.1 error. Okay, on a measurement of 3 degrees, okay, if you're going to have an error of 0.2 or 0.5, then you're working with an error of 25%. Okay. So these are some of the issues which we highlight and how you can tackle it. Okay, we discuss here. Yeah, so these are some of the tools which are available. Okay, and the kind of energy efficient fans, pumps, heat pumps. Heat pumps is one technology which is still grossly underutilized. Okay, it is picking up in hospitals, hotels, etc. But much more wherever you need chilled water and hot water together, it is the ideal case. Or only hot water, in some cases, it works out. Refrigerants also, we have given exhaustive list of refrigerants and where they stand today, the new refrigerants, alternatives. Okay, some of them still have problems. Okay, but people start using it and then wait for better ones to come in. Okay, some of them have got other issues with lubricating oils and all that kind of things. So we have given a brief on this. So this is all that we have on energy management. I'll just now request Rumi Engineer to share his perspective on things. Rumi, I think you have 10 minutes to complete your calculation. Sorry, your talk, so that people can probably go for a cup of tea. I'm not sure, okay, whether Vicky is giving tea or not, but
sure.
Hope so. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thanks for giving the lot of detailed nuances on the presentation. Well, good afternoon to all. Energy efficiency, right from understanding the building performance, the audit, and the HVAC. These are three very important cogs in the wheel of the energy, the whole gamut of net zero, if you look at it. Okay. There are a lot of other aspects which has been dwelt upon earlier. So, recapping what Parman sir said on understanding the building energy performance, we started with classifications of the different type of building, different typology, climate conditions, you know. Then, very important thing, I'll dwell a little bit more on benchmarks, which is most of the time misunderstood. Energy management approaches, tools and techniques, BMS. And BMS is a very effective tool, but very ineffectively applied or used. Let me tell you, sorry, with all due respect, BMS vendor or the service provider, poor person, he comes the last in the building. And people accept the sky and the moon from the building management system. They think by putting building management system, it is a panacea of all the ills which happens in the building, everything will get sorted out. So this is something, the reality. Most of the time, the building management systems are not thoroughly implemented. Very good graphics are there, but when we understand what do we do with that graphics, people are unaware of it. So more of a training, all these things are required. So that is one thing on the BMS. Coming to the monitoring and measurement and analytics. See, a lot of people have been asking, I don't know about other trainers, where I've been taking the training, people will say, how much amount of energy will I save by putting the energy meter? So my reply in that session is, okay, if I take away the dashboard from your car and if I sell the car, how much reduction will I be able to offer you by offering the car without a dashboard? You know, so metering, BMS, these are something very, very integral part of the energy management, okay, which has got a value, but not a price attached to it. See, we can't go on putting a price to each and everything. We have to understand the value. So in green buildings or whatever system, people think that all these points are ticked in the box. So we are missing the main point. That is the how to address this energy efficiency part. So this is one part. Second thing is the benchmarking. Now, a lot of buildings, they say, okay, we only have understanding of the energy which is consumed from the invoice, that is the electricity bill. Say, for example, 1 lakh is the consumption per month. Now, if we take a target that we want to reduce by 10% or 15%, where do we start off? We have no clue how much energy is being spent where. So sub-metering, granular level metering, data analytics, as a lot of examples Parman sir and Sirish also shared, understanding your building operation. This is very important. Is it operating 24/7? What is the lean time load? What happens on a Saturday, Sunday? People don't have any clue. Many times things are operating on Saturday, Sunday, part load. How much is the percentage of the consumption? How many people are occupied? So referencing, benchmarking with number of people, number of hours, square feet area, this type of a matrices are very, very key to understand how you are going to manage your or optimize your energy very well in the building. That is one part. The other part is very rightly said, selecting the chiller. We are gung ho and you know everything is hunky dory. If we say it is 0.5 or 0.6 kW per TR, that's not the case. In our case, we had one building which is a multi-use building. We have got a cafeteria, we have got a large canteen, we have got meeting room, we have got a large auditorium for 300 people. The load is really varying. So to mitigate that, we have got two type of systems. One is a lesser capacity system, one is a higher capacity system. Yes, there was definitely an investment, but this is your capex versus the opex. So this capex is one time. It is going to operate, you are going to operate a building for a number of years. Ultimately, that is going to give you an advantage where you have got a lean time, you have got a small system to be operated, where you have got a larger system at a peak time. So this type of a mix and match, which will definitely give you a big advantage. So this is again a part of a design. Now design versus the operation efficiency. So people say, okay, my pump or my motor or my XY system is that efficient. That is as per the design, rated. But how are you operating? At what percentage load? So again, there was a very good classical example of a VFD. Again, people will think VFD. Most of the time, VFDs are working at a fixed speed. What I mean to say is they set at 40 hertz and then they leave it. And then everybody is happy and they say, okay, I've got a VFD. But VFD is not performing the task of a VFD. So these are some of the operational issues which we look at it in the understanding the building energy performance. Coming to a very interesting topic of energy audit. Energy audit, you know, it's like a health checkup. You must have read in the newspaper that self-medication is very dangerous. Ultimately, you have to go to a doctor and get yourself health checked up, you know. So energy auditors, I really revere them as a doctor and don't do self-medication. People do tinkering over here. I shut off the valve and see my current has come down. So part knowledge is always dangerous. I had a very big argument saying he was not convinced that putting a VFD or changing a pump is a viable option. He says, see, look, the current has come down. So this type of a half knowledge, education, capacity building, although, so this is one very cause of worry at the same time important, which one will have to articulate and convey in the right perspective during the training program, which we had our own share of both good experience, bad experience, what I'm saying. Now coming to the chiller. Now everybody knows that water-cooled chiller will perform any day better than an air-cooled chiller. No two thoughts about it. But has anybody tested the quality of the water? Does one know what is the quality of the water? Because most of the buildings in metros, the local authorities, be it a municipal corporation, no water is given for any other use than the potable use. So people have to resort to either tanker water or some groundwater. What is the TDS level? How do you manage your TDS? How good are your systems and process? It's not a one-time job. So those are the things, pros and cons. One will have to really dwell a little bit more into detail. And this again has to be brought out very, very emphatically, during our training session. So everything is not like, textbook guide. And definitely, as I said, water-cooled chiller will any day be performing better than an air-cooled chiller. But there are merits. One will have to look at it, availability of the water, etc. So this is one part on the energy audit, which I would like to touch upon. The last part is on the air conditioning system. So which encompasses right from your design of the building, passive design architecture, which has got a bearing, obviously. At the same time, your operational things also and efficiency. So how your BMS is capturing the data. Data you capture, but analytics is more important than just capturing the data. Again, with all due respect, many a times we have seen so much amount of data, we suffer from data obesity, I would put it that way, So people don't know what to do with that data ultimately. So this is encompassing, right, your building, your passive design, which starts from there. That is where your CapEx will go, which will give you a very good returns on your OpEx, So people again are very hunky-dory about getting into solar. So my first mantra is first be lean, then be green. Because lean means you have build up your muscle, you reduce your unwanted load, you optimize your load, and ultimately then you go for your net zero, where you can go for your offset, carbon offset, power purchase agreements, whatever it is. The other gamuts are there, various technologies are there. So first let's be lean, then be green, look at it holistically. That's my just my subscription, whatever experience we have got from doing the energy audit, design, green buildings, and also practically working with testing and commissioning of the systems which are already installed and working. Thank you very much. I hope I have kept myself within the time limit.
Yes, Rumi, that was brilliant. Thanks for sticking to time, and I think you brought all these practical issues to the fore. Before we, I'll just mention, as people have been talking about extending energy, he mentioned about water being brought into this, etc. And sometimes during the process of developing this material, sometimes because of pressure, extended timelines and all that, finally suddenly we forget and we start discussing nonsense. So once I was telling Shirish about the decarbonization thing, decarbonization of cement and steel and all that. So Shirish said, look, for decarbonization of steel, one of the standard known things is use more of scrap steel and less of virgin ore. Okay, so moment you use more of scrap in the furnaces, less slag is generated. Okay, and less slag is available for the cement industry to decarbonize their cement. Okay, so it's a vicious circle when you look at circularity in totality. Okay. RCM here is also working on plastic circularity. Karishma, Mr. Mohan Patil, all these people are involved in it. So it's a very complex thing, the way world is moving in. Whatever we feel are solutions, sometimes something else may happen and stop it. Okay, and issue, are we stopping for tea now? We'll complete that. Yeah. Okay. And we are discussing all net zero and all this today. And yesterday evening, USA has withdrawn from the Paris Agreement. Okay, so these are much bigger global political changes, which sometimes can disturb the entire train of thought. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I have to continue.
Thank you.
The person who's yeah, you'll introduce. So the person who's staring into space over there is Mr. Sunil Kulkarni. I think issue will be.
So Mr. Kulkarni is a senior finance specialist for the ALCBT training module development projects. He's an electrical engineer with an MBA in finance. He has vast experience as a business strategist and technology specialist. And his expertise in assessing energy efficiency technology and cross-border finance has helped develop many innovative financial projects. So I would like to introduce him now. So can you hear us?
Yeah, very much. Thanks.
Let's start.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I would rather request that you can just make the presentation and then I will keep on moving on the slides of the 4.1, which is the low carbon thing. And then I will then rough it up or sum it up in 5 to 10 minutes. Or otherwise, without going into that, also I can straight away talk on the topic for 5 to 10 minutes. Absolutely no issue.
Yeah, but anyway, as part of protocol, I think we'll show the slides. He doesn't need slides also to talk about this, but again, it is my responsibility to make sure that you see how much of material is there. So 4.1.
Yeah.
4.1, module 4.1.
Yes.
Can you expand the slide a bit and make that smaller?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just waiting. I can't see anything.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so coming to financing of low carbon buildings, these are some of the issues we are discussing. Low carbon buildings, everyone knows that it may cost you more money, but how much is the additional cost? And what is the payback on that is one of the issues which we'll be discussing. What is the opportunity and the market size for funding of green buildings? What are the kind of financial and fiscal instruments available for funding? So we have made a big, long laundry list of financial instruments which are available, mainly because even for the finance guys, at times a refresher course is needed on some of the options, because as a banker, as a finance professional, often you're using some of these instruments, not all of them. And Sunil here is our expert is convinced that no single instrument can solve the problems of sustainable financing. Okay, financing sustainability. Okay, you need a multiple set of instruments which have to work together in tandem to address the issues of various stakeholders. We have also discussed the European Union taxonomy. Yes, some mention was made in the last session. Mr. Garnaik also elaborated on it. Okay, the blended finance is another thing which we have discussed over here. Essentially, blended finance is that normally every venture capitalist or financier has certain risk appetite. Someone is happy with 10% return on his funds, someone wants 25%, okay, somebody wants 15%, but there's added clause, etc. So whenever you want to get money for sustainable projects, then often you have to reach out to many people. Okay, you may be reaching out to pension funds, you may be reaching out to the government, to venture capitalists, and so on. So each person's risk appetite is different. So blended finance essentially means you are borrowing money from all of them, okay, yet taking care of their, you're not saying that the return on this project will be 10% and that's it. You're giving the guy who wants 15%, 15%, somebody who's happy with 5%, 5%, okay. So it is a more complex kind of funding, but which is slowly getting popular, especially for funding sustainable projects in energy, water, and whatever. Assessing risks and opportunities associated with energy efficiency investments, beneficial financing terms to developers and buyers. See, one thing which Sunil definitely will elaborate on that.
See, the final decision on the low carbon building is taken by the developers and the builders, provided they are convinced that they will find a buyer for it. So that is the final crux. Unless that happens, whatever we talk here or whatever else we may add to this course material or whatever models we have built up will just be academic. Okay. So that is what GGI is trying to avoid by bringing in everyone into the same platform, exposing them to the same set of ideas. The content may differ a little bit for various stakeholders, but telling them the same thing. Okay. And see whether we can find a blended solution, if I can call it, which finally leads to construction of low carbon buildings, which finally get sold. So the issues here, one thing is the builder will do it provided he's sure the property will get sold at whatever price he wants to. The buyer will buy provided it's economical to him. So the big challenge is there when you're saying that you're paying a slightly higher cost for a low carbon building, okay, but you'll be saving much more in the lifetime through operational costs. Okay, the buyers take it not with a pinch of salt, but a ton of salt. Okay, because often things go wrong, but how do you monitor and verify? It's virtually impossible because of so many variations which take place. Okay, one very convenient thing, I was told in the ECBC code, they were expecting that the electricity supply utilities will finally confirm whether savings are taking place or not. Okay, as an energy auditor, I'm not convinced it can ever happen. Okay, okay, they're the last people who can monitor and verify. Okay, and nor would they be interested in it. Okay, so there are a lot of things like the ESL, which is one of the sponsors for this project. Okay, they are trying to do away with monitoring and verification and trying to go through a deemed savings model. Okay, you get convinced. See, today, if you're buying an LED lamp, you don't sit and do an analysis for it. You are convinced. Earlier I was using 100 watt and this is 20 watts, so it is saving. Okay, so something like that has to happen for everything, where without of too much complicated monitoring and verification, we are able to move ahead. Okay. So these are there. Then of course, green loans, green mortgages. Morning, Ashok mentioned in his presentation that eventually it should be an off-the-shelf product. When a builder or a property buyer goes to a bank and when he's asking for a loan, the banker, if you are able to, after these programs, this is the utopian objective which we have, that the banker gets so convinced after attending this program that tomorrow he has these green loans and green mortgages, whatever. So when a buyer goes to him and says that I want a loan from buying a home or commercial property, he should be telling the person, do you want a regular loan or do you want a green loan? Okay. If that happens, it is done. Then they become the marketing people, architects, energy people, nobody has to talk about it. Okay. And yes, of course, policy makers also to make the right policy changes by which all these people get motivated to it, because it's a carrot and stick. Okay, mostly stick, less of carrot. Okay, or for all of us. Okay, when the stick comes and the mandate comes, it is done. Okay, the PAT scheme it came in, industries fell in line. ECBC code, that kind of a stick is not there, so people are slow in implementing it. Okay, or in most of the cases not implemented. Okay, where implemented, we are not too sure whether actually savings are taking place. All the kind of issues are there, and the case examples, of course. So here, this is a pretty massive presentation, mainly because of this long laundry list which is there. So I'll just run through it, and I know nobody will complain because is there anybody hardcore finance guy in the audience here? No. And no policy people also. Okay, and the list was shown to us. That was Minal's first comment. There are no finance people. There are no policy people. So I can really accelerate this, and you can see the bullet train going now. It's not just an express one. Okay. And why one is always wants to move quickly is that one. I'm also not a finance person. So one doesn't know much about it. You don't feel it's so important. Okay. And Sunil anyway doesn't want the slides, so I think we'll get to hear him. So there are a lot of things, and in fair detail, all this has been collected and put over here, so that we know what all possibilities are there. Okay. So it's also about funding building construction and also building cooling, okay, which also costs big money. This is the European Union taxonomy, okay, which also is included, blended finance, green bonds and loans, green mortgages. There are some case examples of countries which have been able to do this well. Romania is one example of green mortgages. Indonesia's housing program. Now, this is one thing, as a non-finance person, in one of the meetings in GGI, when we are formulating this, I said, look, the banks have this concept of giving preferential loans to MSMEs, okay? And every bank has got a target that this much percentage of a loan should go to MSMEs. So, since I have nothing much to offer on the finance side, I said something like that should come even for buildings. For low carbon buildings, minimum funding, let's say 10% of your total loans to the building sector of any bank should go for low carbon buildings. Then automatically bankers will start finding, first thing is they devise products which can be sold off the shelf. And after that, the entire exercise of marketing it would begin, okay. At that time, somehow I was a bit surprised that it was grossly opposed by even the review committee, okay. They said, no, this program is not directed towards that, okay. We are not here to tell the RBI what to do, okay. Here we are supposed to talk to these stakeholders. So I said, when you talk about the finance professionals, the ultimate finance professionals are the guys sitting in RBI who decide on how the transaction will take place, okay. But then anyway, not being in this field, I withdrew. But when I stumbled on this particular intervention by the central bank, I think most probably it was in Indonesia, okay. I decided I'll put this, and fortunately, it went through the review, okay. So I strongly feel that stick has to come from RBI, that this much percentage of funding has to go to low carbon buildings as a preferential sector, priority sector. Thailand has had fair success with the Energy Efficiency Revolving Fund. In fact, the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and the ESL are also working towards a similar kind of a thing, okay, where some money will be put as a seed capital. It will go into go to the beneficiaries. From the savings, they'll return the money, and the money will get plowed back into to new beneficiaries. Some of the good success stories which have been published by the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank surprisingly come from countries like Colombia. Okay, those of us who see Hollywood movies know Colombia for the wrong reasons. Okay, but sometimes you find many of these countries, Romania, Colombia, etc., have made a success of some of these things which we are struggling to take forward. Costa Rica, constructional finance, okay, quite unbelievable. Okay. Yes, then we go through the challenges, opportunities, and all that, okay, and we end up with this. Can we go to 4.2 ESCOs?
One question to audience, since nobody is saying, confirming that they have a finance background, do you have any idea or any guess also how much it would need extra finance to make a building net zero, carbon neutral, decarbonize, etc.? How much really we would need? Yeah, but typically, by
what order?
50%,
What
30%,
order?
25%, 2%.
Around 7 to 8% would make sense. 7 to 8%.
20 above.
So whatever sir is saying, that is, I would say, for a smaller project, and for larger projects, it would be less than 5%. Still, whichever way you do, if you look at realistic cost.
There are some data and case studies for the Gift City recently constructed. They created the data by the Savvy Greens, and they proved that 7 8% is enough for making a building green.
because the government rules itself minimum whatever we follow the norms, we fall into the certification sort of a scenario.
See, what I wanted to drive a point before Sunil and this thing goes. See, because as a designer and as a trainer also, we should know how much extra we are going to finally earn. Because finance people, if they are convinced, okay, it is only 5% or less than 10% is at stake, then is it a big deal for them or not? Even to get them convinced, based on what Parman was mentioning about central bank giving a stick as a coming out with some regulations, it is important for us also to know how much extra finance would be required. So if it is less than 10%, then is it really a challenge or not is a question.
I think I would like to share something over here. The decision making happens in a way, say for smart cities and all, municipal corporations are the real stakeholders, decision maker. Nowadays, they are very much open in terms of getting new technologies coming in. So for any solution, I might have 3 technology options. I'd go for CBT, cost benefit analysis, make a case, and then a decision can be taken. Based on this process level optimization, I can say that in the whole project, my budgeted amount was X, let's say X1, and I have got the project done, overall project done in X2, and I have saved X2, I mean X1 minus X2. That's how things are put in forward. It cannot be a straightforward magic number which can be taken, and at the same time scale also matters. So the decision happens in a matrix, happens on case basis, not on a straight magic number that we can think of.
It is not a straight magic number, it's a bandwidth, but which is a very narrow bandwidth.
That's what I told, that for a process, if I get 5 technological options, say for cooling, now 5 players have come in and they are pitching with their different propositions. Now I'll get that cost benefit analysis. What is the benefit I'm getting and how much cost I'm putting in? Based on that, based on the feasibility, scalability and all the factors I told, the funnel, we take a decision. The decision is being taken by the actual decision maker because they need to put it forward again. Whatever decision they take, they are public servants, infrastructure projects, so they need to put that thing forward, and that's why cases work better than just coming up with a figure.
Adding it to sirs, there are few banks already extending the 0.45% when you buy the green building. That is already started. We have just
yeah, fine. Here, just responding to what you said, yes, case by case for infrastructure projects, you will have to do the working. But when you talk about, for example, loans for residential housing, okay, and where banks have to finally probably have to work with certain fixed numbers. So when you're talking about the mass market, one is, as you mentioned, the large projects, infrastructure projects, yes. But when you're talking about the housing market, for example, and you want to go low carbon, okay, probably there may have to be some general rules, or probably, as Shirish mentioned, a narrow bandwidth in which banks maybe probably would have to be asked to operate, by which they fund more, etc., and hopefully getting the customers convinced to do that. So everywhere, see, there is no cut paste solution anywhere. We know that. That is why we are all sitting here together trying to find a way out. Okay, complexities will keep on increasing as we look at it under the microscope more and more, and we have to do that. Now, ESCO, again, I'll run through this. Energy service companies, where they also share the risk, the financial risk of the project, not only giving you technical advice. Okay, so the concept of ESCOs, the market size in the building sector, the various business models, most of it is basically expanding on what EESL has already done. Energy performance contracts, the issues which are there as you draw them up. Demand aggregation and bulk procurement, especially for air conditioners and all that. In a limited way, it has been attempted by EESL for some of the products. One of the most successful ones in terms of implementation has been the street lighting product. Similarly, they have attempted it for air conditioners in a smaller way. But hopefully, these things will expand, and especially for operational energy reduction, where the efficiency of appliances are important. This is one area where you can probably expect super ESCOs to take this forward. Case studies of some ESCO projects. And here probably Mr. Girija Shankar from ESL was there in the morning, and some of the ESCO work they're done in the building sector. We had been pursuing them very hard, trying to get some case studies, but due to some internal communication issues, it didn't reach us in time, and finally we had to submit to close the project. But today he said that he will be taking a hard look at these ESCOs and will be sharing some more case studies, which will be passed on to you once it reaches DGGI, and we are able to again summarize and put it. There was one very good case study on the Niti Aayog, which was there, which was so well documented, almost anonymously. Who was the author was not, I wouldn't know, but I stumbled on it on the net. It had traced the entire case study of Niti Aayog's energy efficiency improvement projects, which was supposed to be done on an ESCO basis. They traced it very well, what all went wrong during the conception stage, during the design stage, how it was corrected. And finally, they decided not to do it through the ESCO mode. Yet the analysis was there that if they had done through the ESCO mode, what would have been the economics like and how it worked out when they put their own money in it. It was put, but at the time during the discussions, for some reason, the case study went out during the review. But now Mr. Girija Sharan says that that case study has to be brought back because that summarizes things very well. So let's see, we'll discuss, and maybe some more material will get added as it goes on. And these programs are going to go on for 1.5 years. So you can expect a lot of revisions, additions, deletions, and so on. Now, without too much discussion, I'll just run through the slides of the ESCO. This is just again, just to get you get a feel of the volume which is involved. And I would also like to warn you that you will be facing a certain constituency of stakeholders where you probably can expect even 50 to 70% of the people who are hearing some of these issues for the first time. Okay, so you will have to get down to that level when you are trying to communicate as a master trainer, because sometimes we tend to be looking at the higher, more complex problems because we are working in this field, but possibly the average level may be such that we may have to go down, not go down really, reach out to them and make sure that we understand all the issues. Here you will see that the case studies are on the Ujala, street lighting, etc. was introduced. Personally, I feel that street lighting is not the appropriate example for the building sector. Okay, but yet it's been such a great success that we had to publicize it because this is also going to the other 4 nations which are participating. So this is one area. ESL is also looking forward to expanding their wings into these countries. So that is why it's been put here. But maybe some building projects also will be coming in soon. Okay. Now we have one more that is sustainable procurement. I think I'll also just show it, and there was some discussion on sustain. Yes.
You will agree that without participation of ISCO, this result is very substantial. But to analyze the reasons of failure of ISCO model is conflict of the failure. From the
I mentioned that monitoring and verification. That's where the trouble starts. Okay.
So and they could not solve their issues because there was no arbiter. For that sake, they typically conduct some exam IPMSC. I have done it, but this is not India centric first of all, and this is very tough and very fast. So what I wanted, I have the spoken long but to Janaka also. Let us develop a India centric smaller program and include into this, and so that after qualifying this master trainer program, they will become arbiter also. And for this program, it will be compulsory to obey this decision from both of the law.
Yeah, but you're right about that. It's required, this particular thing, but it has got also some legal overtones to that. Okay, because finally things are fought in a court of law. So now, would a person who becomes the arbitrator need to have a degree in law along with engineering or whatever else, finance, to do that? There are complications there. But you're right. You're right. You're right. The issue is there. Yeah. This one man sitting here, he is already certified. Okay. But the thing is, I don't know whether he'll be able to enforce all this. See, the biggest problem with ESCO is human behavior. Somebody mentioned human behavior has not been discussed. Okay, morning somebody was saying that. Okay, we as a society, and at the risk of some rotten tomatoes being thrown at me, we even as Indians lack a little bit of integrity when we have to share more than what we feel is due to somebody. If the sharings are small, people agree to the division, 40% is mine, 60% is yours, and they move on. But if the saving is huge, okay, and suddenly they feel that they should have done the project themselves and not gone through an ESCO, okay, that's when all the acid reflux starts, okay. So, and people find ways and means, okay. I come across projects where the ESCO projects was made to fail by the owner of the company where it was implemented. Very simple. The man is not sitting over there 24 hours monitoring the thing. They got their technicians to create an artificial breakdown in the equipment. Okay, and the machine was out of service for more than 2 months. Then it was repaired and put back. So then they said, now compensate us for the production loss, which runs into crores, nowhere near the investment of the machine they're talking about. So then they said the option is otherwise you can leave taking whatever is a nominal commercial thing. They took it and they left. So this is one big issue. Ashok Bowman is a former ESL person. He knows the issues which are there. Would you like to add something, Ashok?
Mostly we are implementing the projects in day method only, and mostly we are targeting government clients. I think we didn't face it,
Yeah, so
operational issues.
So they're trying their best to move to deemed savings, where people agree in the beginning and find a method of how much each person will pay and move on in life. Yeah, but you're right. We have to. I know, but see, the equipment is in his compound. Okay, okay, you can't enter the place. Then what do you do? So there are complications. I think we'll discuss it over tea. Okay, yeah. Sustainable. Yeah, yeah. Sustainable procurement. Okay. Now here again, almost all governments in these 5 countries are talking about sustainable procurement. If you go to the World Bank website, the progress made is also all displayed there. A lot of it we have reproduced here. I would also like to tell you that this course material, the mandate to us was that most of it should be based on secondary information already available. Okay. So we are not trying to create. Of course, we have done a few slides. You may find that where the work which we have done also we have pushed in somehow. Rather, most of it. So if you see over here, all governments have done the lip service of saying that yes, we are committed to sustainable procurement. But if you look at the progress, it is very, very small. And if you look at India, if you look at the products, because this doesn't work without EPDs, which was discussed in the morning, okay, that is the environmental product declaration, which is there, or eco-labeling, okay. Now, if you look at the kind of products which are there under the eco-labeling category, they are adhesives, paints, and some minor products, okay. Cement is not there, steel is not there, okay. So unless these big things come in, okay, and Mr. Garnaik just mentioned, there are a lot of issues there, okay. There are big vested interests, okay. Again, for green steel or green cement, how much to invest? Will they invest now, or will it be for new greenfield projects and so on? A lot of complications, okay. But yet, this is something on which GGI also plans to work in the future, okay. Over lunch, Garnaik ji was telling me that this is one area where they plan to have some projects to push this onto the government's agenda. So here again, we run through because the entire thing is based on the pillars of sustainability. The UN's procurement indicators for sustainable procurement. Again here, that entire thing which was talked about, the life cycle of the product comes into play. traditional procurement, water sustainable procurement, self-assessment, the kind of benefits, life cycle assessment and costing, financial benefits, sustainable public procurement. That's the kind of thing which probably ESL is also doing in a limited way now. But eventually we expect that the government does it on a larger scale. Some information. Now, if you look at the market penetration of PPC cement and PSC cement, okay, which have got, which are higher rated in sustainability compared to ordinary Portland cement. You look at the market penetration, India is quite good already because we have got coal-fired plants, a lot of fly ash is there. But again, globally there is an anti-coal movement saying that you have to move away from coal because it is creating pollution, etc. So if the coal plants go away, there is no fly ash. So cements, again, whoever is using fly ash and cement will be again going back. Okay, so are we going to put the clock backwards? It's complicated, the entire issue. Some of the international initiatives and benchmarks. There are various international organizations which have done some benchmarking for eco-labeling, etc. The ISO take on sustainability and the eco-labels approved by the ISO. The progress in the 5 countries. Thailand, among all the countries here, Thailand has made the most progress based on the information which is available. In Vietnam, things are just starting up now. Singapore seems to have an excellent sustainable procurement model, but as Dr. Agarwal mentioned in the morning, comparing Singapore with India, etc., is not really okay. It's like Ashok, so solutions for Ashok Vihar, as he mentioned, he stays in Ashok Vihar. He said the population of Singapore is equal to Ashok Vihar. So saying that solutions which are working in Ashok Vihar will work for the whole of India. Okay, it's not really going to happen. And of course, some take on this. I'll now just maybe before, yeah, and then do your thing. Okay. Okay, so Sunil, you can take over, and 10 minutes is what you get.
Still left for me after Praman's almost explained all the aspects. So maybe I will just use this particular time slot just to give by way of example, because I think many of your participants are not from the finance field. So as see, there is a basket of the instruments which are available for the financial interventions for the various energy efficiency projects, be it there in the industry or the SME, or for that matter, the green buildings. The crux of the issue is what we pick up for what sector. Just to analyze this, for example, say now if we are talking about a green building, there are 2 levels of the energy efficiency and the low carbon. First thing is the material. If I talk about the material of say cement and the steel, and then trying to reduce the carbon utilization as the input cost, it is going to be a totally different aspect, because those kind of projects will be capital intensive in nature, and the so-called cost benefit analysis may or may not be very much in favor of getting any benefit out of it. Just to give an example, say for example, if the cement is available at 300 rupees, and if I have to really go for the low carbon, and if it is going to increase the cost of it say by 50 rupees, then it's going to be a separate ball game as far as the developer is concerned. But given the business as usual scenario, if I have as a developer, if I have the option of developing a normal building or the energy efficient building, then as far as the developer is concerned, he is the main stakeholder and the buyer is the another main stakeholder. For example, suppose if you are talking of developing the 100 buildings, I mean 100 flat housing complex with say 1 crore per flat each, so we are talking about 100 crore investment. Now by and as the difference between the energy efficient and the non-energy efficient building will be hardly 5 to 6 crores. Roughly around 5 to 6% is the normal average. Now the question comes as to the fellow who is able to raise 100 crore. It will be very easy for him to raise the another incremental requirement of 5 to 6 crore. His worry is not of raising the finance in that case. His worry is that if I am going to increase the ticket size of my flat, and if this inventory falls on me, what is the stake? So that is why the application of the financial instruments are going to be entirely different than the normal scenario. Now, normally somebody was just mentioning, and even just now I mentioned about the cement and industry. When we talk about the cost benefit analysis, most of the time the cost is incurred by the person and the benefit is also accruing it to the same person. But see the difference into the building. It is the developer who has to incur the cost upfront, and it is the buyer who is going to get the benefit of it. So doubt is there in both the people's mind. The developer is going to say, per se, raising the finance is not a big deal for me, but then whether I will really get my 5 crore incremental cost or I will lose a major portion of my market size. Whereas the buyer is concerned, for example, if I am raising a loan of 1 crore for my flat, raising another 5 lakh rupees from the same bank is no issue at all. But I need to be satisfied whether that 5 lakh rupees is really going to get returned into the reasonable time. So for these kind of projects, the best scenario is to go in for the demonstration. So what happens is that whenever there is a doubt whether I get the incremental benefits or not, the best issue is going for the demonstration kind of a model, wherein today what is perceived as risky becomes a business as usual. In that case, we can formulate our policies of the stick and carrot. For example, to begin with, I will give a concessionary loan, maybe to the developer, saying is that for that incremental cost of 5 crore, I will give you 0.5% less interest. He is happy because he is able to cover certain portion of. As far as the buyer is concerned, we can say that okay, we can give you a little bit of concession of say 0.5% or 0.25% as the case may be, because you are buying the green. So these kind of approaches are needed. The another approach could be is that nowadays even the local bodies, for example, if we involve the local bodies and these expenses, if I have to come out with a strategy wherein neither the buyer nor the seller has to incur, then the best way of handling this whole situation of extra 5 crore is to allow the green building initiative developer to give him additional FSI, which I call it as an additional green FSI. In that case, the incremental cost of 5 crore, he can recover it by building another 10% of the extra FSI flat. So that way, both the parties are safe, and in the process, the green building concepts get propagated. So this is the best way of moving ahead as far as the green building initiatives are concerned. As far as the ESCO is concerned, see, one of the instruments for financing is ESCO, which is a very, very specialized model. In fact, I am too happy to say that the first street light project was done in Maharashtra, in Nasik, and I was instrumental in structuring it. And this was done off the balance sheet. So what I'm trying to say is that ESCO has got its own niche market. Then again there is a difference between the ESCO type of projects. One ESCO type of projects are based on the equipment. Another ESCO type of projects are based on the system. As far as the equipments are concerned, it's very easy to go in for the EESL type of model, because then you have the benefit of the scale of economy and mass reach. So that is an excellent model. So as far as these kind of initiatives are concerned, maybe in the green building also support. For example, if the builder decides to give 4 ACs each flat, then for the 100 flats he's talking about 400 to 500 AC system. In that case, this is per builder. So in that case, this is a huge market, and we can penetrate with the green ACs. Similarly, for the utilities and other things. So that is the another way of looking at it. And as far as the system integration things are concerned, it is slightly different, because then each project has got its own nuances. The another problem onto the ESCO, this thing is, see, there are n number of good people who have got excellent knowledge, but there is a dearth of availability of finance for them. For example, see, if I ask, I always give this example, is that if I ask Parman, can you lend me 100 rupees, he will not even ask me a single question, he will just keep 100 rupees, why he will give me 500 rupees. But the moment if I ask the same Parman, why I need another 5 lakh rupees, he is definitely going to ask me some questions. Hey, Sunil, no issues, no problems, but for what purpose and all that. So the person remains the same. Both the people are same, the perspective changes. So in the ESCO, the biggest challenge is the credibility of the ESCO. It's fine to say is that ESCO must propagate and all that, but it is a very thin line when the question comes of the integrity, not integrity, but a question comes of the dependability of the ESCO. For example, there are many projects in the ESCO format. Just now what Parman also said, I'm just giving you an example so that it becomes the whole issue very simple. As Parman said, I came across one of the companies wherein initially they tried to act smarter than what Parman was saying. At least in that case, he initially entered into the ESCO this thing and he tried to scuttle the agreement. Here the fellow was too smart. He initially said, I am very much interested in going into the ESCO route because it appears to be, the project appears to be risky. After some 10 and 15 days after getting the data, he said that, no, if I don't want to go for the ESCO project, you please let me know what will be the upfront cost. And then he was trying to do the analysis and decide. So from that day onwards, we decided that, okay, we'll tell the client first to make up your mind whether you want to go to the ESCO route or non-ESCO. Accordingly, we will give you all these options. So while we are designing the interventions, we need to keep these things in mind. And as far as the material portion is concerned, for example, if we want to make a low grade, low carbon steel and low carbon these things, in that case, majority of the times you will find that there is no cost benefit analysis. In the sense, the benefit is there, but it is not in the monetary terms. It is more into the environmental terms. And then the question comes as to whether the end user is ready to shell that kind of amount for the green initiative. That is the crux of the issue. By and large, our experiences is that I have had the detailed discussions with a number of people. They say that 5% here and there we don't mind. But if you are talking about whether I will shell out, say 20% more for the same plant, then I will definitely be very, very cautious. And then I would like to have all those analyses. That is why we need to look into all these aspects and decide the strategies appropriately. That is what I feel. So this is what is the differentiation between the normal stakeholders and the specific stakeholders, and that is how we have to decide our strategies. That's what I feel. I think I have stuck to my 10 minutes time, hopefully.
Yes, thank you, Sunil, for summarizing things so well in your inimitable style, and also for your confidence that I'll loan you 100 rupees, which I will not. And now, only 5 minutes. One last thing, 4.5 is on the low carbon tool, okay, which Mr. Garnaik mentioned will only be launched by February 15. But we are given this one presentation which will run through very quickly on the various tools which are already available. Okay. Very quickly, no discussions on that because many of you would already be familiar with it, and any discussions probably we can postpone it because we're going to give time to Mr. Girish to explain to all of you on how they'll be taking the programs forward. Okay. So 4.5.
Thanks, Varman. Good you initially told that no questions would be asked on this module. So this is all about LCA and so carbon assessment tools for buildings. Then typical internationally used carbon assessment tools, and then what in this project as LCBT we are trying to use it. So as it was mentioned in the morning that mainly we are currently talking about age and heat as two tools which would be used during course of time. So data using age not as a age certification but all data material related data which is available currently in public domain can be is being utilized and can be shown, and we have prepared a presentation on that. And heat, as Garnak ji mentioned, will be available there in the month of February. So currently we have this one LCA and other tools which are available in the market which are being used, and they are also being used for getting rating under LEED or certain green building rating systems where they want to have. So in age, these are some of the screenshots we can use, and we have shown there in the this thing on the presentation. So comparative analysis is also available there, and these are kind of user data entries which are there. So any building professional who is dealing in domain of green building certifications or using age, they have this tool, and these are the features of heat tool which is yet to be launched. So what all it will contain is only shown, and these are kind of calculation examples we are showing. So this is a very quick overview of what these tools would provide us, and once the heat tool is launched, there would be some more presentations would be made available on that as a.
So thank you, Shirish. As I said, no questions on this. Only one thing I would like to add: the ALCPT tool initially is most likely to be only for embodied carbon and not for operational carbon, and possibly it may piggy ride on edge for operational carbon. That's what the feedback which we have. We'll see once it is launched. Thank you very much. We, as usual, yeah, and I don't know whether I thank Rumi Engineer for his excellent presentation. Rumi, I think you're still there. Thank you on behalf of everyone here. So we, as usual, yeah, enjoyed talking as we usually do. I hope it has been useful. It has been expressed for the presentation. Sorry, it was hurried. And I thank all of you, but I'm leaving as a sore loser because you gave an applause to each and every speaker except me.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. And now it's your turn. Then again, on behalf of participants and FICCI, I request my Neha Sharmaji to please hand over token of appreciation to Mr. Parman. This time we're not giving you something else. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah. One small announcement to all the participants. We have circulated one feedback form in pink page. So I request you to please fill it and do share with us before going, so that we'll analyze our performance and our the kind of presentation made by the speakers. The participants who has joined us online on the Zoom, we have shared a link, Google Form link on the chat box. So I request you to please fill. You just copy it from the chat box from the in the Google in the Zoom, and just fill that form. I can request the participants who has joined us on the Zoom platform, you please copy the form link from the chat box and please fill it, so that we will do the analysis of the or review the performance of the speakers. With this, we are coming to the last session by Mr. Amin Girish. He will be speaking on the modalities of the training programs. Over to this, sir.
Thank you, Pushpendra. Parmanji, I think you can also be there because some discussion we require. It's on a modality. I am not going into detail. We are coming to end of these master trainers. So what we are expected to do after the master trainer? Just some points. Number one, the master trainers will be engaged for our future programs, which is 40 to 50 number of a program which we are organizing in the next 1.5 years. It's not only engaging those master trainers for simply delivering the lecturer or this thing. We want you to engage in some of those projects which is coming in different states. So wherever we are doing the program, we will also try to loop in some amount of projects which are upcoming projects, so that your involvement in having those low carbon building will happen in our country. So it's not our purpose only to just deliver the training program, it is beyond that. So we know that a lot of the master trainers are practicing consultants. So we also work in such a way that some project engagement will be there for all the master trainers. So it could be already some good amount of discussions started today itself. So we will have those kind of a discussion for engaging some of the new building project which is going to happen. So that is what the overall purpose, because not only the training program. Now few aspects, the number, how we are going to go about. There will be feedback which we are collecting now. In next 15 days also we request those master trainers to contact us in terms of some input on the type of engagement you are proposing. And within 15-20 days we will also have some interaction either through email or some online meeting we will schedule to clarify some of those queries which are raised by you on how the programs can be conducted. Some modalities we have prepared just to share. After all, the entire project we have to just show empanelment, development of certification for program, imparting training, the number which 600 stakeholders, or the number is something around 1,500, maybe 2,000 members may be trained under the building material technology itself. So we have the other category which is architects, the government, which are the other numbers. So the number of people to be trained are more, and the gender equality is what we are focusing. Now coming to the focus of the training program which Vicky will be taking is slightly maybe on a newer group, which are so-called as the raw material manufacturer sectors, which are cement, steel, glass, timber, and we have some amount of aluminum and construction material. For that we are discussing with the executive director, which we had in the morning, who delivered the keynote address. So they remember their member industries. They thought that council itself is promoting a lot of building material technology. So we are trying to have program with them. The second approach for them is there are a lot of sectorial association within cement, steel. So we have already had some representative from CMA. We will be holding the program for those associations. So Cement Manufacturing Association, Steel Association, Glass Association, where their members were, we will be planning the program. Then comes the technology and equipment suppliers. Basically, it could be the building management, it could be the HVAC, the cooling towers, those manufacturing, and the last one will be some accessories, fitting accessories, which is cables, pipes, sanitary wires. So maybe more on to other whatever category comes under the building materials. So these are the target group, and with our information, there is only very limited such programs happen to those people under these low carbon building. Now coming to the kind of what set of people are going to be trained, we are right now are focusing on somebody in the R&D of a steel company, somebody in the research and development of a cement company is what one of the target group will be there. Another set of group will be the marketing or the sales force under these companies, where they are propagating those messages of their low carbon steel. So these are the target group where under the project we are trying to reach out to the low carbon projects or initiatives in our country. So there could be some amount of the kind of the topics slightly we have to modify depending upon their participation. We will try to group within the group the same group of people, so that we may not have too much diversity of participants in our future program. So these things are under discussion with the target group people, our stakeholders. We are having discussions, and we will also update you in what set of programs are being planned. Now comes your engagement in terms of This is again a list of association which we are already in touch with, where we will be engaging. There will be some kind of an in-house programs where we will go to a particular cement company. They have already shown interest. Yes, we would like to have this program exclusively for our industry people, same group people. So there should be some in-house program also will happen on this particular at their campus. Then some points which we have tried to make it here, that which I've already mentioned. We'll be organizing the training program stakeholder in different cities. So it will be a pan-India program, even though more focus will be on the states where the project is being implemented, like Haryana, UP and Kerala. Based on the participation, the master trainers, we can select the module. This is an important aspect where we want to get a feedback from your side. While registering, we have already collected those feedback, but still we will be interacting to within the topic shared, which topic will be of more interest. Few things which you have already noticed, that we are not getting any support in terms of already registers in terms of finance. So we'll be looking for more people to get registered in the due course, where if we have some missing topics to be covered. Then the master trainers will be invited. At least we'll be engaging you for the future programs in depending upon the region, depending upon the target group, depending upon the subject. In some way we will be engaging, and most probably it may be 50-50. 50% of the program may be online and 50% of offline, depending upon the kind of a response, and we will be changing those offline and online, and with due discussion with the project managers, Triple GI and IEC. Then depending upon the feedback, we will make it whether it should be a hybrid or not. And how to conduct those programs, there will be a self-assessment, training evaluation, feedback certificate. And regarding the training module, it's already been prepared, and a lot of input during the discussion also we have seen that a lot of inputs are coming from your side. So these value added input can also be added to the training program when you are delivering the program. Maybe a kind of a whatever additional things you are sharing may be shared to us, which we will be sharing to the Triple GI also for their content in terms of the content. And this is what the broad modalities which we have been planned. Now the names of the master trainers will be reflected at Triple GI website, which will be doing soon. Then at least some 2 to 3 master trainers will be invited for each program, and we will be giving the travel, boarding, and there will be a remuneration which is also being kept for the faculties depending upon their experience, and some professional fees is kept on. And you, apart from not only for the engaging the training program, we also would like to have some engagement in some projects which we will also be facilitating during those training programs, during those networking areas. That is what we expected to happen during this program. Some cities proposed venue just for to show it is happening in all areas, depending upon those class of our stakeholders, those material manufacturers are located. It may be second tier cities also we may be going. And in terms of schedule, this is what we have scheduled till April. So around in a quarter, we are planning to have around 8 to 10 programs, even 12 programs in 3 months. So a kind of parallel programs happening at different places. So this is how we are planning to do those 40 or 50 odd programs in the next 1.5 years. This is a very tentative in nature, which is prepared as of now. We will be holding a discussion with especially the faculties, the entrepreneurs, on what kind of training are required at the market to deliver. We will be taking input from you based on your feedback. So these are the broad formalities in terms of those delivery. And some thing which you would like to add on is that depending upon this requirement, some kind of an international engagement will also be there, because as mentioned, this project is for other 4 more countries. So depending upon their request or requirement, few of the master trainers will also have the opportunity to work for those international. This is what we are looking for depending upon the requirement. With this, I think I'll close this short presentation, and we will have other things. So also the requesting the master trainers who are attending online. Hope the points are very clear in terms of the modalities, and we also once again request to give your valuable feedback by looking onto this Google link which we have prepared. So we have shared one link so that feedback can be submitted online, and we will be interacting with you 15-20 days time. We will again come back you with some kind of answers to your queries and so clear modalities and announcement of one or two, at least 4 or 5 programs which in the coming February and March. This is what been shared at this point of time. Now I also request sir, you can also join. We will be having the officials from GGI, Mr. Ashok and Nehaji, if you could come and join for the certificate distribution is one more thing which
So we are coming to, like, quickly we have to close this. So we are coming to certificate distribution ceremony. So these are the certificates which we prepare for the master trainers who has registered with us, and they are present here right now. So we are giving the certificate to them. But the master trainers who are presenting online, we will try to see how we can give to them. We have their name with us. So I just quickly calling the name one by one. I request you to please come here and just collect your certificate. I request Nehaji and Ashokji to please, along with the Parman sir and Siri sir, to hand it over the certificates to the participants. First, Miss Mamta Rawaji, please give a round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Nehaji, please, if you can come. Oh, we can come on the front side, a little better. Then next we have the Mr. Sai Bala Saha. Sai Bala Saha is there? Yeah. Ashokji, if you can, yeah. Thank you. Mr. Jayesh Vida. Mr. Jayesh Vida. Parman sir, if you can just send over. Miss Sri Ranjani Srinivasan. Mr.
I also request my colleague Ms. Patil Saab and Karishma also to join for this certificate distribution.
Mr. Akshay Shah. Akshay Pahade, sorry. Nehaji, if you can just hand it over to Mr. Akshay. Mr. Shailendra Kumar Chanderia. Ashokji, if you can just. Thank you. Mr. Deepak Kumarji. Karishma, if you can just. Mr. Neeraj Gaur. Pardon, sir, if you can just. Mr. Tejas Joshi. Nehaji, if you can just stand. Thank you. Mr. Kulendra V.L. Muthu-Swami. Ashokji, if you can just. Mr. Kaushal Lodaya. Nehaji, if you can just stand over. Mr. Lokesh B. Pardon, sir? Mr. Shrikant PK.
Request Surinder, also my colleague, to join.
I think we have almost done. We have we have two more. They are the master trainers and the trainers for the master trainers we have. Mr. Parman Radhakrishnan. So I think Mr. Patil, if we can just hand it over to. Thank you. And we have Mr. Shri Deshpande is a master trainer also. Patil sir, I think you are the most suitable person to hand it over. New certificate.
एक सर्टिफिकेट दे दो सर्टिफिकेट दे दो ऐसा एक ले लो यू वन
certificate Ashika Sultana, this one certificate to her. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think this is certificate are from Picky team. Should we? Okay. I think I got this Karishma wish to collect the certificate from Mr. Sorry. Parma sir, if we can just hand over. Then I request Ms. Neha to hand over a certificate to Mr. Patil. Ashokji, please hand over a certificate to Mr. M.N. Girish. I'm last myself. I'm Pushpinder Naik. My ex-boss. Thank you everyone for joining us.
I will propose the concluding remarks of this project launch meeting. I think one of the major achievement is that we have the participation from all the parts. South, there are 2 people from Kerala. We have people from West, Gujarat, Mumbai. We have people from Kolkata. So I think in terms of physical participation, I'm not talking about the online. Online, we also have an equal number of people who are online. We made an attempt to have 100% physical, but only some had some problems, so that only. So the importance of this particular program and becoming a master trainers and involvement in these projects, and this is one of the serious note which we have taken, even Picky and GGI, how serious the master trainers are, because they have spent the entire day coming here, the entire day, one day before and tomorrow, and we have winter, we have traffic restrictions because of the Republic, and it's a big lot of applause from our side for your full-hearted participation for this program, for making it success. Because without you, there is no master trainer. So without master trainers, we will be very difficult. Now, we also had very expert knowledge people in preparing this background, or what we call this entire module for all the session, not only for the building. So their support, their kind of an involvement, which we have spent around 6 or 8 months continuously on this project, made us to collect for this, which will help the master trainers to deliver the program as per the requirement of the ALCBT project. We know that you have a lot of information, but now 80 to 90% of those modules are at one place. 10 to 15% may be an add-on which you can well add to. So there is a structure being prepared for that delivery will be held. So special thanks to all the persons who have prepared those training module. I think a special thanks, and our faculties, and they have also spent the whole day for us for explaining all those training modules. Even though we had glances of the slides, but we will be sharing all those training modules to you so that we will have a thorough look into those things. Special thanks to Mr. R. Parman, who is a guru for all of us in terms of the energy auditing community. Sri Sirish Deshpandaji. We had online support from Mr. Rumi Engineer and Mr. Sunil Kulkarni. Prior to this also we had interacted, and also Meenal Sutaria on those sessions. So Thank you for those three officials. They would also love to come and join physically, but unfortunately, due to the health reason, Mr. Rumi Engineer and Sunil Kulkarni could not join. But online, we hope that you had an interaction with them in terms of the sharing of those content. And very thanks to Triple GI for engaging FICCI in this particular component of the projects on imparting training program. We as an industry body, we will try to reach out to the major stakeholders, those the association who are the stakeholders were reach out to the maximum number for that this information, this part of information is being shared at the right place with the intent for that it will benefit for those transition in our country. With this, once again, thank you all, especially the FICCI team, Pushpendra, hard work done behind doing this program. My other colleague, I think Karishma, Surinder, the kind of issue, other team members, Patil Saab for the guidance, and the GII team for the constant follow-up, and Garnaiji's guidance for having this program, including a inaugural where we have whatever target we have been extended invitation, they were here on for this winter day with these traffic restrictions. So once again, thank you all, and we will be in touch in terms of this project. So this is only a launching. So we have started that initiative and look forward to have an active involvement for everyone present here under these projects. Thank you. Tea is being served just adjacent in the same floor, and wish everyone back home safely.